Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Stamford Bridge yet again.
Hello, how are you?
Is chat happy today? I hope it is, because this is one of those we are winning days, honestly. This is just a good day overall. Asmongold is a larger political streamer than Hassan Piker. Which is just beautiful. And bearing in mind, too, Hassan is the guy that Twitch loves. They banned him for threatening violence against a US senator like a week ago, and they banned him for 24 hours.
He was calling for his death, calling for people to do violence to him.
Oh, there you go.
So he's inciting people to murder a senator, and he got 1 day suspension.
Yeah. Like, goddamn. Like, wasn't Asmongold banned for like a week for some nonsense a while ago?
I don't know, but I'd be in jail.
Unironically, yes.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, yes. Yeah, this was it. You know, he talked about Palestine and he got banned for like a week or something.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Asmongold saying, yeah, it sucks, but they've got to end the war with one side winning because they can't coexist. Week ban. Please murder this senator. 24-day suspension.
Yeah. Pathetic. But I mean, this is always the way it's going to be on Twitch.
It is, but like the worst part is this is, I guarantee you, this should at least be doing actual damage to Hassan's persona. I mean, the man is a corporate stooge at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's just 100% pro the previous paradigm's power structures. And it's like, okay, well, that's great, Mr. Communist. Tells us everything we need to know about them.
Yes, because the previous paradigm is on his side. He's best buddy with the guy who owns the system, who operates the machine.
Yeah, yeah. And now they're coming over to Trump. Surely it's only a matter of time until Hassan is actually, like, banned from the internet.
Who knows? Like,
nah, that's not going to happen. I'm just joking. That's not going to happen.
There have been a lot of, like, there has been a lot of, like, corporations virtuously in the direction of Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But whether or not that'll stick is the big question, because they kind of did the same thing the last time as well.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be anything significant in that regard. I don't think ideologically Trump is enough of a change for them to completely flip or anything.
Possibly. He is wielding that stick with a great deal of determination this time around, though.
He's doing a good job. It
would be interesting to see. Although, again, like Twitch, as long as the current CEO is there, like he doesn't care. He will burn Twitch to the ground before he sacrifices his Hassan.
Well, I said this on Twitter the other day. I said, look, don't forget that a surprisingly large portion of Twitch's business model is Hassan Piker sending death threats to people. So, don't, that's about a quarter of the money they make, and then the rest is Amaranth wiggling her ass. So, you can't expect them to not get their money.
That's true. Although, like, did you hear about Amaranth's house getting broken into?
Yeah, was that real? Was that true?
Yeah, I think they've actually confirmed that with police reports and stuff.
Right, okay. Well, that surprises me.
Like, because it sounded absurd to begin with. They broke into her house, didn't burglarize it, but then went into her bedroom and was trying to get her Bitcoin account?
Oh, no, I can totally believe she got broken into by, the diversity or something. But, like, I'm surprised she was telling the truth.
Yeah, but... yes.
An e-girl made up a story and it turned out not to be a fake. It's, oh my god, okay, fine, well.
There we go. Amaranth opened fire mass robbers after they pistol whipped her while attempting to steal $20 million in crypto she flaunted online.
Well, don't fucking flaunt it online.
And the worst part is this came literally the day after she and a bunch of the other e-thoughts had been wandering around, live streaming their location, and surprise, surprise, got harassed for it.
Well, that's fucking stupid, wouldn't it?
Muy shock, yes.
Oh, idiots. Well, the internet is going to do this for a long time. There'll always be idiots on the internet.
And a slight, Amaranth opened fire. Actually, turns out it was her husband who saved her. You know, the same husband who she accused of abusing her and turning her out on OnlyFans, etc.
Well, I'm sure he was only defending her on the grounds of property rights or something.
I mean, hell, considering the size of the piggy bank that she must be, I'd take up arms too.
Well, that's one of the funniest jokes anyone's ever told. I think that's a joke that's going to age beautifully, and people will be like, "Wow, that was great."
Anyways, the internet is the internet. Another day.
Yeah. The internet's full of stupid people doing stupid things.
Speaking of, we do have another starring point of Hassan Piker.
So would you like me to explain this?
Yes, go on.
Right. So one of our producers made this video, and as you can see when it starts again, it's in 2016, I'm a classical liberal, the state shouldn't infringe on our rights. And then come 2020, it's like, oh my God, everything's shit and we're going downhill. The drums in the deep. And then my politics now is just Horus the War Master. Let the galaxy burn. We have to win. We have to destroy them. Blah, 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 blah. And that's the journey that many of us have been on, because it turns out they're not going to just leave you alone. They're not going to just leave you alone. You can't ask for them to just leave you alone. So you have to have an affirmative political position, and you have to destroy your enemies, right? This is what gatekeeping is all about. And Hassan, somehow this came to his attention. I don't know how, right? And he's like, "You're not a Warhammer character. You're a fat loser pushing 50 who cries online about conservative issues, who's too unlikable for UKIP. Enough of this LARPing." So let's take this the other way, right? I'm not LARPing as Horus Lupercal, Hassan. This is what, in the English-speaking world, is known as a metaphor. Now, I realize that a Turk might not know what a metaphor is, because maybe in Turkey you are entirely literal. But in the English-speaking world, we say things that refer to one thing, but also indirectly refer to another thing. And in this case, what I'm referring to, using a reference directly to one thing, I am referring to a feeling, an emotional state, a disposition, as it were. So moving on, UKIP have asked me to come back several times, and I've just said no, thanks. It's fine. I appreciate that. And I do talk about conservative issues, which, when you think about it, that's a really generous interpretation by Hassan, right? Why isn't Hassan calling me a fascist? That's a really weird interpretation. Sorry, is Hassan suddenly like, well, I mean, I don't want to mischaracterize his position. That's very strange. I guess I'm 45, so yeah, I guess I'm nearly pushing 50. But finally, and I think most importantly from all of this, yes, I am a Warhammer character, actually, Hassan. I actually am a Warhammer character. I've made the character as well. So you're wrong about everything, apart from me being a conservative, which is weird.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Yep. That is true. Sargon is a canonical Warhammer 40k character these days.
I'll tell you what, that was just that was probably my favorite tweet of this year so far. Like, just Hassan steps on a rake that he didn't need to step on, and bam. And all the quote tweets on that tweet are so good as well. They're just like, oh my god, okay, look, I don't like Sargon, but you fucking roasted him.
Yep. You walked right into that one.
Yeah, you fucking just shut up, man. Yeah, Hassan, don't get me wrong. We can debate again, buddy. If you want to have another debate, we haven't done it in a few years. We can have another chat. I'm more than happy to. If your career is floundering that badly, I'm happy to pick you up and drag you over the finishing line. Like Horus.
He might need it. Again, he's being outcompeted by a dude whose primary claim to fame is being incredibly filthy, so...
Yeah, and I like Asmongold, but he is a disciple of Nurgle.
Asmongold has done... Okay, this is the thing as well. I've been arguing with my audience over the usage of the stick and how we have to have the normies on side, because most normies don't know a damn thing about this online discourse, politics, philosophy, any of this. Asmongold is that group. He talks to people on a completely level basis. He doesn't talk about like grand philosophical issues. He speaks to normal people. And there you go. That is the normal people right there. Like 5 million watch hours in like a month or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 2 weeks. There you go. 2 weeks. So 10 million in a month. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's absolutely smashing it.
Yeah. Asmongold is a massive streamer, so. Yeah.
And way down in 4th place. Hassan.
Bad luck, Hassan, I guess. Yeah, everyone's day in the sun passes eventually.
Yep. Even if the powers that be are desperately holding you up.
Yeah. It's not gonna last forever, bro.
Okay, let's see. Valomir, before we even start today. Arch Norway found cheating at ski jumping. Shame. Yes, that did happen. As far as I understand,
How do you cheat at ski jumping?
we modified the crotch region.
What?
Yeah.
How is that so integral to ski jumping?
I don't know, but that's what we did. There was a film, the like sneak film that showed one of our coaches like overseeing some kind of thing being sewn into the crotch region of like the jumpsuit.
I have lost.
And that apparently makes us jump further.
Oh, okay. Well, stop cheating.
I mean, I'll try.
I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about ski jumping.
Yeah, I had no idea that the crotch region was so integral to the ability to jump far on skis. That never really struck me, but
There's so much about ski jumping I don't know.
or that I do not care to know, for that matter.
Well, yeah. I don't want to know either.
But yeah, that was a grand shame. I don't know how we will ever survive. I guess we'll have to cry into the other like 300 Olympic medals we win every fucking Olympic year.
Well, permanent stain on Norway's record, really.
Modifying our nutsacks. The permanent stain.
Yeah. What a thing.
Let's see. What's the Olympic gold medals tally now? Oh, there we go. Yes, there we are. Norway. 148 golds.
Fire
Yes.
is the answer.
Yes.
And one crotch cheating penalty.
True, but even then, it won't even dent our lead over the filthy Americans. Or the Germans. The Soviet Union. We still count the Soviet Union, do we? Huh.
Well, I mean, historically, it's a thing.
Oh, it does. Sweden, a pathetic 7th place. I mean, come on, Sweden. You've got the exact same conditions as us, and you've got less than a third of the medals. Pathetic. Untermensch.
Where's the UK on this?
I don't even know if they count your ass. There you go, 18th.
Behind fucking Japan?
Yep. And South Korea.
Yeah, but Japan, our fucking
Heresy's the question.
evil
Fire
doppelganger.
is the answer.
Like, listen, you get outcompeted by France, Italy, Finland,
How was Italy outcompeting us in the Winter Games?
East Germany beat you. They've only participated in 6 winter games.
Good God.
Yeah.
Look, I assume it's that we basically never get snow here, and when we do, it's about an inch of it. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, and
I
when
think
there is an
access
inch of
to
snow,
snow-
that's a disaster in the great state of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I think that the issue is access to snow. You know, it's very much like the Jamaican bobsled team problem.
It's true, access to snow is pretty vital for the Winter Olympics.
Yeah, we don't really have any.
Yeah. But hey, you beat the West Germans, so that's pretty good.
Fucking hell.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I'm surprised Australia is at the 24th, really. Over Denmark.
How much snow do they have?
Yeah, how the fuck does Australia beat Denmark?
They're going to argue they don't have any mountains or something.
That's pathetic.
Access to mountains. Access to slopes.
Holy shit.
But you need snow and slopes, and we've only got snow.
And there's Romania. They've only ever stolen 1 silver and 1 bronze.
How's North Korea doing better?
I don't even know. North Korea's been a part of 9 games. Who invites them?
Yeah, how do they even get there? Oh, the Yugoslavia is doing that.
This is raising many uncomfortable questions, honestly.
But the Spanish is, again, like, you know, where the hell do they get snow from? How do they practice?
Mountains?
See, you've only got half the thing to work with.
I suppose so. I mean, the Japanese have mountains and snow, so they don't have any excuses, frankly.
To be honest with you, I feel that this is kind of weighted anyway. It's like, actually, yeah, now think about it. Who the fuck cares about the winter games? People who live in mountains. That's it. Snowy mountainous people.
Yeah.
Like, so this got a natural intrinsic racist bias against people who live on basically flat, wet islands. Like me.
Yeah, the ones that care about this is Norway, who ends up winning like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place in the average race.
We're the only people who care. And we still cheated!
There are so many. It's become a normal thing for Norway to win like the 3 top slots in this. Like, it's not even a competition anymore. It's just kind of stupid.
Yeah, but now, you know, even North Korea is tutting and shaking their head as the Norwegian competitors go by.
True. Like,
shame on your ancestors.
We can't even look down on the Russians anymore. Who's been caught in doping like 50 times.
Yeah.
Like, we may have drugged ourselves, but at least we didn't modify our crotch.
Disappointing.
You know, somehow that is actually lower, because surely there's no competitive advantage in sewing padding into your crotch. It's just a psychological effect standing there at the top of the hill, a giant bulge in your pants, like, yeah.
It feels like compensating, really, doesn't it?
I bet you can't jump as far as I can. But yes, chat, we did indeed cheat in ski jumping. There you go. You may point and laugh now. River Norse once more, they meet upon the bridge, Saxon and Viking. Oh, Saxon was under the bridge, actually. Underhanded little shit.
Well, you know, don't complain about winning. What you can do, criticize us for cheating.
I'm sure we can dig up some instance where the UK cheated too.
Oh, no doubt, but it probably wasn't crotch stuffing.
True.
It was probably good old-fashioned doping, like the Russians.
It's like, God, so embarrassing. You call for cheating. What did you do? I stuffed my pants with socks. It's just sad. Bob Wadding name. All hail the House Irish and Snow Monkey. Roy King, 2740. What most people don't understand is that the rule is this: the greater the degree that a product is woke, the greater the loss of money would be. In an ideal world. Marked ashamed. Let the IPs, the Eye of Terror Codex. YouTube censorship. John Jim, Amaranth got broken into her husband again. Amaranth's Bitcoin is getting robbed her husband's Second Amendment gun-ho. Last Russian, Hassan, I didn't choose to be a cat, Piker. Oh, that's right, he went to Japan to dress up in a maid costume.
Yeah, what was the origin of that? Why was he dressed like this?
That's a very good question, to which I have no answer.
It's like, Hassan, I don't give a shit anything you say about me. Look at yourself. But I have this picture of you now forever on my hard drive. And whenever you speak to me, I can just post it. And whatever you've said is wrong.
Your opinion is invalid. You dressed up as a cat.
You know, fucking French maid outfit. I can't even say I'm not allowed to say the word, that accurately describes what you are, but it's 3 letters, and sometimes we smoke it.
Burnt sausage. Hassan working hard to maintain his batting average. Sajad, remember to refer to him as Chenk's cousin.
Nephew.
It's the origin story of every good communist, right? Riding somebody else's coattails.
Well, his dad was an insanely rich businessman in Turkey, wasn't he? So, yes.
Bob boring
Wouldn't
name.
be a communist if daddy wasn't rich.
Is that why there are no cheerleaders for skiing? Yeah, that and the fact that it's like, minus 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's fucking freezing.
Brandon, I came into chat to hear modifying our nutsacks. Do I dare ask what Arch was talking about? No, you did not.
I mean, it's literally exactly as it sounds.
Speaking of cheating, there's other people who have been cheating too. The Democrats again. My. What a silly thing.
Have they?
So apparently, just today, there's been a probe launched into ActBlue over
really?
possible terror financing.
Oh, really? Is this somehow connected to Hamas and Palestine, is it?
Yes, because they
How
haven't.
could I have known?
They haven't actually been tracking the donations, which is required by U.S. law to make sure that your money doesn't go to, terrorism.
Oh, really?
But apparently, ActBlue just hasn't bothered doing that.
Oh, really?
It's strange. Why wouldn't they keep track of that?
Well, I mean, honestly, right, I know everyone's going to be like, well, I mean, this is obviously because they want to finance terrorism. And I'm sure that is true. But I actually reckon the most likely answer is they're lazy and stupid.
Quite possibly. I'm
not saying in any way they don't want to finance terrorism. They, of course, do. They are the Democrats. But I don't even think they knew they were not supposed to do this.
They weren't aware of it.
Yeah, I genuinely think they were that ignorant.
There's also potential fraud going on as well, which was another accusation for a couple of days ago. As there's a lot of money that's seemingly not accounted for. Imagine that.
No kidding. Who could have imagined that as well?
Imagine that indeed. And nobody knows where all of this money has gone. ActBlue doesn't seem to know where it's gone. There doesn't seem to be any paper trails to where this money has gone. So any estimate from $1 billion to several billion, up to 2, etc., have apparently just disappeared somehow.
Just gone.
It's weird that.
Just gone. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure ActBlue will be happy to provide their exhaustive paperwork, of course.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they've got a perfect paper trail.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
And man, it's a lot of money too. $16 billion raised since 2004.
The Democrat machine is colossal.
I like the brown person there, customer service team. Really? You've got an Indian call center? That's awfully stereotypical of you.
They definitely do, though. They're definitely going to be using an Indian call center. Just honestly, for probably price reasons.
Probably, yes. I mean, it costs a lot of money to keep the democratic machinery running like this. And that, too, is the part of this that people need to remember the most as well. Like, these non-profit companies, they're not non-profit because they don't pay people. Oh, God, no. All of the people working there collect hefty salaries from the donations being given. The non-profit part is just that they're supposedly charitable. This is why so much aid just doesn't actually reach the intended targets. It all gets all siphoned off by the people literally working there.
No kidding.
thing in excess. I did a video on this the other day about a British think tank moving to solve extremism in gaming spaces. Their solution, of course, was to give the government more money. Can you guess who their primary source of funding is?
It's not the government, is it?
It is indeed the government.
Oh, what? How could I have known?
Once again, odd that.
It is so annoying how predictable our enemies are.
It is, but it's like, it's such an obvious scheme, and it just kind of keeps going. Like, the top funding was like the United States government, U.S. Department of State, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, European Commission, all £1 million and above in a year. It's like, it's so much fucking money. It's insane. And all of this...
We don't get any of it.
No, because all of it is funded through these organizations so that a politician can stand on stage 6 months later and go, an independent think tank has decided to agree with me on everything. And the worst part is, the nature of our current bureaucracy is that this is actually all out in the open. It's just buried under so many layers of bureaucracy and shit that you can't even trace the claim back to its source half the time.
I have lost.
But, I mean, the thing is, this is all by design.
Yes.
All by design. None of this is accidental. They're doing it to enrich themselves and their friends.
Of course. This entire thing is like, we're a bipartisan think tank, non-partisan. Oh, who's your primary contributors? The government.
And the Democrat Party, you know.
Again, the U.S. Department of State. Why the fuck is the U.S. Department of State giving £1 million to a British think tank to counteract extremism in gaming in England? Like, ugh.
I mean, and the idea that there's extremism in gaming in England.
I have lost. Shit.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, right-wing extremism, of course. As the three women who are going to explain to young men why they're being radicalized online, none of them had any background in gaming or anything like that. It was all just counter-terrorism, anti-right-wing terrorism. You know, that constant scourge upon the European populace.
Mm-hmm.
God, like, okay. In the 80s, right-wing terrorism was a problem, but it's been like 40 years. We've had one terrorist attack with like double-digit death count. That was in Norway, of all places. But I suppose focusing in on left-wing or Islamic terrorism isn't quite on the party plan, so oh well.
Well, I mean, it's really not very balanced or even, any of this. You know, like everyone knows it's not a secret, and yet here we are.
Well, yeah, because this is what is going to eventually lead to some major changes in that the new parties will eventually rise, because voting for the old ones just doesn't seem to do anything.
And the thing is, we know that they know the statistics because they're the ones who produce them.
Yeah. They are the ones who pay £1 million to get alternative interpretations of the data.
Yeah, that's literally what it is.
Now, listen, this doesn't seem to push the government's power adequately. If I give you £1 million, will you write an alternative interpretation?
Oh, God. So tired of them.
Oh, well. On to something equally tiring, but at least a little funnier.
Okay, so there are a bunch of things wrong with this. Obviously, the race swapping is stupid. And I mean, I don't know who needs to hear this, but the Greeks were not black. I mean, like you get people in the Iliad, like Achilles, who are described as having golden hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if this is the new Achilles, well, okay, this is being done on purpose again. But the second thing that's most annoying is the armor.
Yep.
What? Okay, right. So the helmet. Let's start with the helmet, right? Is that bronze?
No. In fact, that seems to be and I gotta point this out too. His armor appears to be riveted.
Yeah.
I don't think the ancient Greeks actually understood that much about riveting. And even then, why would you rivet a fucking helmet?
I mean, I'm sure there are reasons, but no, the helmet's fucking stupid, right? The style is nonsense. That's not a style. That what they're trying to look like is a Corinthian helmet. But I mean, if you just want to Google a Corinthian helmet, you can see why this isn't a Corinthian helmet, right? The shape of the eyes is wrong. The shape of the nose is wrong. The fact that it's made of iron,
yeah,
like it's not good, right? Okay, fine. Moving on. What is this breastplate? Like, look at the shape of it for a start. Like, look at what is this like swatch that goes down across the sort of top of his chest? Why does it look like it looks? Right? Do you wanna Google quickly the Dendra panoply? Right. So this Bronze Age armor was nothing like this, because I mean you'll notice that his shoulders and arms are completely bare, so that'd be easy to hurt him on. If this is made of leather, well there we go. This is what Bronze Age armor actually looked like, right? Because believe it or not, people in the Bronze Age were not stupid, and they were like, you know what, I don't want to get killed. So I'm going to have massive plates of bronze that will protect me from bronze spears. And if you can find people who've remade the Dendra panoply. And so if you just Google, Dendra panoply remake or whatever, and you can see there we go. Yeah, that looks like it would do a good job protecting you from getting killed. Actually, that's actually looks like an effective suit of armor. If you compare that to what the guy's wearing, you're like, oh, that doesn't look like an effective suit of armor. In fact,
does not.
I can think of lots of places where I would stab this guy if I had a sword, if we were on the battlefield, right? This looks terrible. So why are you doing this? And I guess that the only answer I can think of that comes is well, they think it looks cool, but the thing is, it doesn't look fucking cool. It doesn't look cool. It looks like Rings of Power shit. It looks terrible.
And again, the superfluous details. His chest piece too has rivets.
Yeah.
Why?
I have lost shit.
And the thing is too, Bronze Age armor looked the way it did because they didn't have access to advanced manufacturing techniques to make interlocking plates, which is why it is just a series of plates basically attached together via straps or rope or whatever, right? Because this makes sense. This is relatively easy to manufacture once you can make the sheets themselves, that is, of course.
Yeah.
And it is relatively effective, particularly against bronze weapons. People forget how good armor is. It is hard to stab through a plate of metal.
Well, you basically can't. That's the point of it. The point is that you can't just stab through a sheet of metal. Otherwise, why would you bother with it? If you could just stab through a sheet of metal, so why am I wearing this?
Yeah, this is the Hollywood myth where you see people just slashing away at dudes in full plate and having them fall over. Armor was really, really good. Even bronze plates like these that are relatively soft, against another bronze spear, you need a big, strong guy two-handing that spear to even have a chance.
Let me push back on that, because bronze isn't soft. Bronze is not soft. Bronze is brittle, right? That's the problem with bronze. Iron is soft, right? So iron, there are lots of accounts of the Romans. I've got a bronze sword on my shelf here, right, that I cast myself. There are lots of accounts of the Gauls going into battle with the Romans, and because they had long iron swords, they'd hit something, the sword would bend, and they'd literally prop it against something on the floor and push with their leg to straighten it out again. But bronze doesn't do that. Bronze snaps, right? And this is why eventually steel became better, because it's got better tensile strength or whatever you call it, right? But what this means, bronze is really hard, so you can't just punch through bronze or something like that, and it would be you would have to get an incredibly, unlikely weak point or something like that. Bronze is really solid. And so, like this, it makes actually for good armor, and it was used as armor right up until the classical era, which is why the hoplites are in the bronze breastplate in this sort of early classical period, and then that was superseded by a kind of linen armor.
Well, that's the thing too. Like, iron become more popular for several reasons. One, it's easier because it's not an alloy like bronze is. Two, it gets stronger once they figured out how to carbonize things. Like, carbonized iron is definitely significantly stronger than bronze
that's
is.
Steel.
No, steel is an alloy.
No, steel is just a carbon percentage in the iron.
Yeah, but that's still an alloy.
I have lost. Shit.
Carbonization
okay.
is the heat treatment of the iron. It's not actually working it into the blade.
Okay, I'm going to look that up afterwards, but let's just take your word for that. And another reason, the thing is, iron isn't strictly speaking, like more better than bronze holding an edge or anything like that.
That's true.
The difference is that bronze is hard to come by because you need tin, and tin is actually a really rare thing. The only sources of tin in the ancient world were in Afghanistan and Cornwall. So actually getting hold of enough tin, like copper's everywhere, and thankfully, I suppose for bronze making, it's only something like 15% tin or 10% tin, something like that. So it's the difficulty in getting the tin that made bronze less desirable than iron. And that's why it was if we can all have metal weapons. Because, I mean, like, a metal weapon is a marked step up from whatever else you were going to use. So it doesn't even matter really that much what kind of metal. Any kind of metal's better.
Yep. It's also the density, which, as you say, leads to being brittle.
Yep.
And it's also just because it requires more technology. Like, bronze melts easier, so you can create it easier.
Yep, that's totally true. Lower melting point.
And again, like, armor is good. Something that we don't think of. And this is because main character syndrome is why this guy is wearing this kind of armor. Because they think it looks cool.
It just looks like it's made out of fucking plastic.
Yeah, because it is.
Like cheap, it's just like cheap plastic shit.
Yes.
Like, there's a movie with Patrick Stewart in it from like 1965 or something. I think it's King Arthur. I think it's called King Arthur. Where they've got full plate mail and they're just battering each other with swords with this full plate mail, and that's what would actually happen. Like, have you seen was it A Knight's Tale, where he's doing the sword fighting dueling, and they're just clanging each other with the swords? That's what happens when two guys in armor hit each other with swords. There's no blood. There's bruises.
Yeah, which is, again, why when fully armored knights were fighting, it wasn't about trying to penetrate the armor, unless you had a weapon specifically designed for it. It was like a warhammer, for example, and even then it'd be tough. It's about wrestling the guy to the ground, because when he's down, you can try and slip a dagger into a weak point.
Service guarantees citizenship.
And even then, like, the top tier armors had practically no weak points either. Like, the latest form of Gothic armor is incredible.
15th and 16th century articulated plate armor.
Yes.
Where it's just the most... Yeah. It's like, you're not doing shit. Just get something heavy and bash him with it, because that's the only way you're going to get him down.
Yeah. Like, your only hope is literally just blunt force trauma to translate through the plate. And even that, like, people tested cuirasses against pistols.
Well, it was called the proof for a reason. Look, this can stop a fucking bullet because I've shot it.
Yep. Which is why they had a little dent in them. That was the test. They would shoot the cuirass with a pistol bullet, and if it bounced off, it was accepted. Guns weren't introduced first and foremost because they were that effective against knights. They were introduced because anyone can point and fire a gun. Whereas wearing a suit of armor, fighting in the melee, using a sword effectively, etc., all difficult.
Completely correct.
Not that the Odyssey is going to be taking any of those lessons either, I'm sure.
I'm not even going to bother. I'm not even going to hate watch it. I don't care. This is going to be shit. This is going to be shit. And everyone knows it's going to be shit. And they're doing it on purpose because they hate you. That's why they're making this. They're making this. It's not because they love the Odyssey or something. Obviously, they don't love the fucking Odyssey. But they think you love the Odyssey and they fucking hate you. That's why they're doing it.
And I point out too, like this, it's not literally. It's because they hate you. Because all the way back in 2004, we had the movie Troy.
Yeah,
like Troy wasn't perfect either, but at least they tried.
Yeah, it was made by people who don't hate you.
Yeah, at least they made an effort. Like they tried to get the helmets right. They did the large shields, minimal armor on the foot soldiers, bronze parts on. Oh God, what the fuck's the actor's name? That dude,
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt.
But at least he's a great Achilles.
Yeah,
he looks like Achilles is described, and he's a good actor as well. So he actually acts angry about things, like because one of the things about Achilles is just generally quite a resentful character.
And again, they gave him correct gear. Like that sword is a bronze sword.
Mm-hmm.
The
armor isn't great, just to be clear.
That's true.
The armor is not great, but okay, I can let it slide, right? Because I mean, like the actual Bronze Age armor, I can see how a Hollywood audience would look at that and go, "What the fuck am I looking at?"
Yes.
I don't understand this at all, which I totally believe you. I can understand from like an artistic perspective. They're like, look, let's go for something that looks kind of like ancient Greekish, and then people get it. That's fine. I can let that go.
And even that, they did try more with like the basic foot soldiers who are wearing the more archaic looking helmets.
Yeah.
At least they tried, And Brad Pitt needs to stand out. He needs to look special, etc. You got to show off his big arms and so on, all that.
Yeah, but he's also Achilles, so he literally has main character armor.
Yes.
I mean, if anyone ever did, I'm Achilles. Oh, okay, fair enough. Good point.
This is one of my fears when we eventually see a return to like historical movies, because in the early 2000s we had a lot, like Alexander the movie, for example. Did a real effort in making the Macedonian phalanx look like Macedonian phalanx. I remember like a behind the scenes thing of that, where they actually took like 100 guys and trained them to march in formation and to fight with pikes.
Well, you know what? Right, so the Alexander film gets all this stick, and I'm not really sure why, because there's nothing in it that's especially inaccurate, and it tells the story of Alexander's life pretty faithfully.
It is not bad.
Yeah, and the battle scenes themselves are quite cool. So, what's everyone's fucking problem with this film?
Oh yeah, like the big battle against Prince Xerxes is beautiful.
Oh, there are loads, and the battle against what's his name, the Indian guy, Mario or whatever his name is. It's perfectly good. Yeah, they had war elephants and pikes, phalanxes, and it was fucking crazy. There's nothing wrong with this film.
Yeah, it is a good film. It's fun.
Yeah, but also I mean, to get Angelina Jolie to play Olympia, yeah, she's exactly the right person for that.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, literally, unbelievably beautiful, Epirot woman who's mysterious and scheming. Yeah, good choice. Honestly, good fucking choice.
And the line delivery too, when she pleads with Alexander to bring her to Babylon and so on.
Yeah. It's just the whole thing is just genuinely good, and it was just like, okay, why are we not liking this, especially compared to what we get now?
Well, we didn't understand how good we have it. Now
no, we didn't, did we? That's the thing. There are loads of films from 2000s that have aged really well because every other film has just gone straight off the cliff.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see it so clearly in the delivery. Did you watch Gladiator 2?
Nope, don't care.
You're very lucky because it was bad.
Honestly, no luck involved. I was like, right, the people who made this hate me. I'm not fucking watching it. Fuck you.
Yep, from beginning to end, it feels like a poor attempt at aping the first Gladiator. Everything from costumes to set to story to style, all of it is a cheap imitation, a gaudy knockoff.
No kidding. I can't even contain my surprise. Like, oh, I hate these people. They're doing it because they think the culture of that time was fundamentally evil, and so they hate you, and so they're trying to make you upset. That's genuinely why they do it.
It does seem so. Even if a Kingdom of Heaven was made today, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't be delivered with the same kind of interest and respect for the time period.
Oh my god! Right. So again, Kingdom of Heaven is one of those films where, at the time, everyone shat on it, and I was like, no, I really enjoyed this. Like The Last Samurai. Like, I really enjoyed this. This is an amazing historic epic. Like the people who made it didn't hate you and wanted to portray both sides of the conflict with dignity and respect. And so what do we get? A dignified showing of both sides. The worst part about this film is Orlando Bloom's acting, right? That is by far the worst part. Because Orlando Bloom has got obviously no talent as an actor, and has never had any training or whatever. And so he's a shit actor. Okay, fine. But around that, you've got this magnificently realized medieval world.
Yeah. This is, again, literally because we didn't know what we had at the time. We didn't understand. We were... we had great entertainment on every side. So something that is amazing now is just like, okay, well, we'll nitpick things.
Yeah. I mean, now I would totally be like, Orlando, come back. Everything is forgiven.
Everything is forgiven.
Don't worry. I don't care that you can't act for shit.
Yeah. Same with one of my favorite movies ever, Gods and Generals. Got tons of stick at the time of its release. It was too long. It literally, one of the arguments was it was too historically accurate. Like, fuck you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No. Like, this is why I am worried about, the supposed resurgence of historical epics. I just don't know if we can do it anymore.
Oh, they're gonna be demented. They're going to be demented because they're going to be made in demented Hollywood where everything is deliberately demented. And it's like, oh yeah, so we're going to do Queen Elizabeth now. Yes, she's a black woman. We're going to do Cyrus the Great. Oh yeah, he's a black man. It's like, oh really? Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and it'll be the filmmakers attempting to force in their own views on it. Like,
it's not even that. It's not even that. It's the filmmakers trying to fix history.
Yes. That's kind of what I wanted to put it, because the Napoleon movie was exactly that, where you've got a person who has no fucking clue who Napoleon is, but has heard vague rumors about what he did, and then just made shit up.
Yeah. And the idea that you can cram Napoleon's life into one film. Come on. That is crazy.
Yeah,
but
it's
also,
absurd.
Napoleon was a gigantic, disgusting simp.
Heresy's
That
the
is
question.
true.
Yes.
But you didn't even get that right.
No, Napoleon's love life is deeply interesting because, he was in...
It's a car crash.
Oh, yeah. It is fascinating. His relationship with Josephine, his first wife, she seduced the shit out of him. He was mad in love. He was writing her once or twice every day. You can read his love letters of him writing the most simpiest shit you can ever imagine and then begging her for a letter back while she's off fucking a Cossack.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's really bad. It's like, Napoleon, you are genuine. Honestly, I find it really insufferable because it's like, this is pathetic.
It is.
This is the conqueror of the world. He is a pathetic simp. And it's like, oh, sad.
Yeah, but I also enjoy the fact that it makes him very human in his weakness. Because he eventually also begins moving past this. He becomes a little bit of a player later on in life. But he does get cucked a lot.
Does she die? I can't remember if she dies.
Josephine does die eventually, I believe. After she is divorced with Napoleon.
Right.
Because his last wife was an Austrian princess who ended up cucking him for a cuirassier.
Oh my god, Napoleon, how is this happening all the time? It's you. You're the consistent link in the chain.
Yep. But again, like Napoleon's life, like just his romantic relationship alone could be a lengthy series, a drama series.
Yeah.
And yet they have the greatest strategic mind of his era grabbing a fucking sword and charging the British lines at Waterloo.
Yeah, and it's very annoying because Napoleon wasn't a front combat general. I mean, there are lots of people in history who were. He's just not one of them.
Yeah.
And that's, like, it's a different era. You can't do that when you have 100,000 men with rifles. It doesn't work. You just get shot. It's too fucking dangerous, you morons.
Yeah, like, the very concept of it, the idea of the general leading from the fronts, of course, to inspire his men, right?
Yeah.
But to do that, they've got to know you're there. The Battle of Waterloo was an enormous conflict. You couldn't see from one side of the field to the other.
Fire is the answer.
Yeah, and moreover, like, even if you could, as soon as one rank starts firing their guns, that's it, and no one can see anything.
Yeah.
Right? Because it produces huge amounts of fucking smoke.
Yeah. Like, literally, even if Napoleon was leading a charge on the other side of the battlefield, somebody 100 meters away couldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, it's really stupid, and it misses the point. Like, what you want is like Napoleon and his marshals poring over maps of dispositions, and there's someone coming in and going, "No, the right flank is gone, my lord." Oh my right, bring in the reserves, and then do the blah blah blah. You want strategy, because that's how it worked.
Yeah. And it needs to be a tense, drawn-out affair. Like, the Battle of Waterloo should be a movie in itself. It lasted all day.
I mean, there are movies of the Battle of Waterloo.
Yes, made by the Russians, of all due absurdities.
No, nothing. I don't see why we'd take anything away from them on that. Why wouldn't they do it?
Well, this is the Russians are the ones who did this.
Yeah, well,
You'd think the French would, at least.
Well, yeah, you would. Well, that's one they lost. Why would you think the British would?
But okay, the movie Waterloo, I would highly recommend to everyone. They got the Red Army to act as extras, so they had like thousands of men in era-accurate costumes marching across the field. It looks fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's like with the Roman legions and Spartacus. Like, you can do whatever you want with CGI and whatever, but there's no substitute for the real thing.
Correct. Like, CGI just it can't do it. It doesn't capture that feel and the effect of just watching hundreds of men do this stuff.
There's a lack of weight and gravity to CGI that they still, and I don't know how they can get past it, because the actors respond to the fact that they're surrounded by other men.
Yes.
Whereas they don't respond to the fact they're surrounded by green screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, when men are marching in columns alongside hundreds other guys carrying weapons in uniforms, something comes over the average human.
You ignorant soul.
And it's also the uniformity. CGI is uniform. Like, the naked eye can see at a glance that that's CGI soldiers over there.
Yeah.
Whereas real soldiers, everybody's slightly different height, everybody's walking slightly differently, they're carrying their weapons at slightly different angles, etc. You can't do it with CGI.
At least not yet.
At least not yet. But we ain't got none of that. We've got the Odyssey.
It's so shit. It's just decline in everything. Decline.
Everything declines.
The sunset of our civilization, man.
Oh, Jesus. For a moment there, I was about to say at least it doesn't have Zendaya in it. No, it's got Zendaya in it.
And she's Athena.
Yep, she's Athena.
I mean, Matt Damon as Odysseus is not the worst casting I've heard.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Charlize Theron as Cersei, maybe.
But
I don't know who Benny Saldi is.
Fucking
Safdie.
Zendaya is in everything now, and she's shit.
Yeah, she's not any good. She's the worst part of the Dune 2 movie.
Oh, she ruined it. Oh my god,
Well, she didn't ruin it. She wasn't that bad, but like, she was just the worst part of it.
I genuinely think for me, she ruined it. Like, her entire character has nothing to do with
Service
Chani
guarantees citizenship.
at all. She completely flips the entire script.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think she was the worst part.
You can tell, like, either they didn't read the books at all, or they was like, no, we can't have a woman who loves her husband. Don't you know what years is?
Yeah. Have you heard of feminism?
Yeah. God, fucking Zendaya.
There are just some actors and actresses that Hollywood's insistent on shoving in our faces, and I don't know why, and I've got no interest in them.
Yeah, I have no idea. She just is popular because she's popular.
It's because Hollywood producers like her, that's it.
Okay, that's enough depressing talk for a moment. Something funnier. Jack Dorsey being banned from Twitter.
Yeah, what a weird turn of events that is, right? Like, in the year of our Lord 2025, I have my Twitter account and Jack Dorsey's locked out.
I just fucking love that so much.
I'd love to go back like 5 years or something, when I've been like 3 years off Twitter or something. Be like, don't worry, this is how the story ends. I'm like, how does that happen?
Yep. Need to, like, drop a tweet just before you get banned. Like, remember, Jack, if you ban me, one day will come when you too will be banned.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
I love that.
What did he say?
I don't even know.
Because Jack's actually quite a responsible tweeter. He doesn't post threats or anything. He's very taciturn with his tweets.
He's no Hassan Piker.
No, he's not. Or Short Fat
lost.
Ataku.
Yes.
Like, what happened? How did Dev get banned?
Being Dev in public?
No, people were posting screenshots that he said he was going to get a knife and go to
Heresy
someone's
is the
house. I'm like,
question. Fire
Dev,
is
I
the
know you
answer.
don't mean that, but why would you say that? Come on, man. You know better than that.
Yeah, I don't even know why he was banned.
Well, that's the screenshot I saw, and it's like, okay. Come on, man.
Dev's
I
ability
mean, it might be
to
a fake screenshot. I don't know.
True, but at this point, like, I've just accepted that Dev is negative PR. He's anti-PR.
Yeah, I don't know why he does what he does. There's no need to do it.
A black hole of PR.
But also, like, you don't even have to do PR. You could just talk normally to people. But he used to be so good at that.
And yet... well, from one bad take to another, we've finally arrived at the main thrust of today's video. I like this one. So, for anyone who doesn't know, South Africa has a big problem with outright
White people?
genocide.
Oh, right, yeah.
It deported a bunch of white farmers years and years ago. It had apartheid, of course, which in and of itself was not exactly a good organization or group thinking.
Yep.
And the blacks really want revenge, and they don't seem to want to stop at any point, it looks like.
Well, South Africa is the only country in the world that has affirmative action for the majority.
Yeah.
It has laws expressly for the majority population against the minority population because they're white. And this is meant to be the perfect liberal rainbow nation. This is what the West forced it to do during the 20th century. Okay, well, there we go. You reap what you sow.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
I'm trying to see if I can find... And there is this thing in South Africa, so specifically surrounding the farmers. So the South African farmers are usually white farmers who came there ages ago and created large tracts of farmland out of, nothing, basically.
So I actually looked into this a little bit, right? So the Bantu speaking black people of South Africa didn't arrive there until after the Europeans had colonized it, the Dutch and then the English, right? And they didn't because the crops they used didn't grow in that region. It's something to do with the soil or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a crop guy. But this preserved there was a kind of pastoral nomadic culture of people who I guess are black but aren't Bantus or like something like that. They're a different ethnic group.
You ignorant
And
slut.
so the Bantu expansion, like essentially like 2/3 of South Africa were never colonized by the Bantus, and were colonized by the Europeans. And it's only after the Europeans made the land workable that they were able to move onto the land as well. So the black South Africans don't really have a claim to South Africa, as I understand it.
Mm-hmm. And there are so many horror stories of this, of farmers being
It's awful.
attacked, murdered. There's these chilling videos of them having cameras in their house, just showing dudes stalking through the house carrying weapons.
Yeah, it's awful.
There was one I saw where they were stopped because they were heading to the farmer couple's bedroom door, but they had this massive steel door and they couldn't get in. And so there's this video footage, like 5 guys with machetes standing outside their door, wearing masks and shit. It's like, wow.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you read the accounts of how they find the bodies,
Oh yeah.
and it's just like, oh Jesus Christ! Like, I mean, you just imagine the worst thing Stephen King could write, and then double it, and then make it real, right? Like, it genuinely, like, they're just absolute horror stories. Just and you know, they're deliberately torturing these people to death because these people are white, and it's like, right, okay.
Absolutely. And this is largely entirely accepted in South Africa.
Oh yeah, the government, of course, doesn't spend any time or resources tracking these people down, arresting them, and punishing them either. By the way.
Yep, it is very well documented. There's footage from like sports arenas where they're chanting like "kill all whites," etc.
Yeah, kill the Boer.
Yes, there was even I remember a news article explaining that you need to take the phrase "kill all whites" in the context of their society.
It's metaphorical. They don't mean literally. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, it's metaphorical. You see, they don't actually mean it, as they find some more corpses.
Yeah, no, it's entirely purposeful, and everyone knows.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous fucking horror story. And again, this is a common story that basically everybody knows about. Everybody knows it's happening. It's documented well, etc. And nobody does anything about it because it is a black nation oppressing its white minority, and we can't do anything about that.
Well, social justice?
And in the context of this, here we have, in the South African National Assembly, which I want to point out, by the way, is a British
it's not Julius
organisation.
Malema, is it? So, for anyone who doesn't know, Julius Malema leads the Economic Freedom Fighters Party, which is a 1 million-strong party. Like, it's not a small party. And their express goal is basically kill all of the white people.
Yep. Now, let's have a look at it.
Before invading the nation,
Oh, it is Malema.
the U.S. always fabricates human rights violation to justify intervention. Today, same
South
tactics
Africa?
are being used against South Africa. The growing
Oh, no.
calls by right-wing groups for foreign funding to establish independent states.
So his main thrust here is that the EU is going to invade South Africa.
That would be a good thing.
If only the
Not going to, but...
EU can't invade its neighbouring countries at the moment. I don't
the
think it's
EU's
going to
not
South
capable
Africa.
of anything. But the point is, like, look at the fit. Oh, well, hang on a second. They're worried about human rights abuses. It's like, well, yeah. Look at your failing country that is basically on the verge of a genocide. Yeah, I can see why they think that.
Service guarantees citizenship.
and to be armed by foreign interest must be recognized as part of a broader plan. This is the early stage of economic isolation, leading ultimately to military intervention.
Let's see. Okay, the entire
Stop
idea.
killing your minority.
We literally can't do this because of the way we view politics now. There can be no military intervention in South Africa because of our current political zeitgeist. Even if it is justified, which it probably is at this point.
Yeah.
But this is, of course, justification for them. Why are you killing the whites? Well, you see, the whites are part of a grand conspiracy to invade our country.
Yep.
Okay, I see.
Next, AGOA will be terminated, escalating tensions between USA and South Africa. Our government must dismiss opportunistic African and racist groups exploiting.
Ah,
Oh,
yes.
they're the racist ones. They're the racist ones. Fuck off, Malema.
Yeah, and it's because he knows that's a weapon. Like, he's
Yep.
using the weapon we have made, and he's like, oh, you're afraid to be called racist, are you? Well, shit.
He invoked the magic word, everyone.
Yep, bend over, cancel the invasion. He called us racists.
Yep.
U.S. imperialism to
I fucking wish the US was imperialistic.
Yeah.
fund their racist fantasies of an independent state. That will
The
never
racist,
happen.
the racist. No, it doesn't work anymore, bro. Doesn't work. That is way too played out. I don't care that you think it's fucking racist. Shut up. You're a fucking racist.
We will
And I mean
expropriate
literally, you are a racist. Like, you hate white people because they are white.
land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
There we go.
Deputies-
Right. Listen, we are literally going to steal the land of white people, whether they like it or not, because they're white.
Yep.
That's it. That's the only reason. Fuck you, man. Without compensation, it's literally theft. Because these people, for anyone who doesn't know, these are communists, by the way. If you hadn't clocked somehow that these were communists, these are communists.
Yep, as they said, we will expropriate without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refuge in America.
Yeah. Which they might.
I mean, Trump had announced now that he was offering asylum to South Africans, so...
Yeah, absolutely, and rightly so. Like, Malema isn't in the government yet, but I think he is gaining ground. Let me check the polls, actually.
Speaker, Trump and the USA are not demonstrating strength. The USA is merely displaying an advanced stage of capitalism, which is imperialism.
Right, okay, so, I mean, that's just communist gobbledygook.
Yep.
Right, so I just looked it up. So in the last election they had, the ANC lost 70 seats. A new party called MK with Jacob Zuma got 58 seats. But Malema has 39 seats. So they've got 10% of the parliament. It's just an openly genocidal anti-white party that wants to kill all the whites and steal everything they have. That's 10% of the parliament now.
Trump engages in transactional and manipulative relationships with the world like it is his backyard. The hostility
Yes,
towards
deal with it.
South Africa does not come from fraudulent boers spreading disinformation, but from America's imperialist agenda.
Like, literally, at this point, he is simply a shaman calling the lightning. It's just words. None of this means shit.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, it's just Trump's imperialist agenda. Now what? Like, it all relies on the fact that you'll go, oh, yeah, good point, Trump bad. No, you're killing people. But because of the color of their skin, that's literally what you are doing. Like, if there's imperialism against that, okay, fine, I'm all right with that. Like, stop killing people because of the color of their fucking skin, bro.
Yeah, unironically. You have stated now, publicly, officially, in the National Assembly of South Africa, that you will steal the land of everybody whose color you don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this sounds exactly like the kind of thing that the EU and the NATO, etc., was designed to intervene in, really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this literally sounds like the mission statement. Stop this from happening.
Yes, like unironically, why did we move into Bosnia, Herzegovina, etc.? Why did they bomb the shit out of it? Well, they were carrying out a genocide.
Why do we have a UN Declaration of Human
lost.
Rights if not to prevent this exact kind of thing?
Yeah.
What's the point of it if not to prevent that?
This is the positive side of having a world power to literally go like, okay, we think we have pretty good values. One of them is you don't get to exterminate your own populace. And if you try, we're going to stop you.
Stop fucking killing people, you freak.
And again, I just want to point out too, the fact is that the West basically has the power of an avenging god at this point. If the West wanted to stop this, it would park a couple aircraft carriers off the coast and just start bombing shit. They couldn't do anything to stop it. They can't damage the boats. They can't damage the fucking aircraft.
Yeah. Let me quickly have a look at South Africa's army. South African army is 38,000 men active, 15,000 reserve. That'd be a day. Literally a day.
I do quite enjoy that their parade uniform is still on the European style as well.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Because there it is, like,
ignorant
your parade uniform is that of European powers. Your weaponries are of European make. You're carrying around goddamn ex-German pieces of equipment that was like 60 years out of date.
Mm-hmm.
There is no reason why the West should not enforce its will here. And you're like, no, don't kill people.
If we want to enforce our moral standards, we're totally entitled to do so, I think.
And if our moral standard is quite simply, don't genocide your own people, it seems difficult to object to, frankly.
Yeah. I mean, what's the argument against it?
Like, we really want to kill white people.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's literally the only argument they've got.
Oh, shit. It seems we're at a bit of an impasse. Let's see who's strongest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's literally just going to come down to a contest of arms then.
And this isn't even like getting involved in a war in Ukraine or against a near-peer adversary. This is literally policing the bush.
Yeah.
Such nonsense. Though, this does then lead quite nicely into this one. How America is reaping what is sowed, the collapse of the American empire.
Heresy's the question.
Well, so I don't know if the American empire per se is collapsing. I think the republic is coming to an end. And that's to be expected. All republics eventually come to an end. Republics have a shelf life of about 250 years. Historically, this is actually really well documented. Lots of really well documented examples of republics and how they come to ends. And we seem to be seeing it now. It just seems to be what is happening.
Yep. But there is also, this is something that the left has latched on to very heavily, particularly over the last few months, that America has weakened over the last few decades. Its inability to enforce its will upon foreign nations has become very observable. Like the loss in Afghanistan, for example. Like, that was an embarrassing defeat. And the way in which it was handled, too, was just the worst.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you'll notice that at no point is America suffering a major military reverse here, right? Mm-hmm. What's happening is America is suffering a major collapse in morale. As in, why should we be enforcing our will upon the Afghanistanis? It's like, the Afghans or whatever you can call them. It's like, well, because you've got the big army. Like, why would you need... Like, the Romans would never need a justification for this, right? They'd just be like, no, we've got a big army, and it's much better than yours, and we know how to use it. And so we're going to just march in, storm your capital, and destroy it if we want. And they do this all the time. Like, this is fine. This is the normal way of war for the Romans. The Americans don't do this because the Americans have the doctrine of human rights. So they're concerned about civilian casualties. So they're concerned about various things that historical armies just would not have cared about at all. And so the Americans can't win wars because casualties are basically how wars are won.
And they cannot secure a compliant populace because they don't want to enforce their standards, which is why the National Security Forces of Afghanistan collapsed in hours, because they weren't fighting for anything but a paycheck.
Yeah. Well, the Americans thought they'd be able to get them to fight for the liberal order.
Yes.
But that only works for liberal people. And the Afghans are not liberal people. And so they are not prepared to die for the liberal order because it's not a true belief of theirs. And so, like, they were just getting paid to hold the gun. And as soon as the Americans stopped paying them, I'm going back to my tribe. Fuck you.
Yeah, and the obvious problems as well, because if your argument is, okay, fight for liberalism, fight for equality of rights, etc. Okay, I'm all aboard this. Sign me up. What do I get? Well, we've got some surplus equipment here from the Soviet occupation. We've got some woodland camo for you, Habib.
Yeah, well, like, it's so artificial, right? It's like, I mean, it's literally like dressing up like, you know, Persians in Roman legion uniforms. So this isn't from this thing, you know. These people aren't going to sustain this after the Romans withdraw.
Yeah, and it's even worse than just Roman uniforms. It's like having the Marius Reform Legionnaire standing next to a guy wearing a Triari outfit, right?
Yeah.
It becomes immediately obvious for the dude that looks over at the American standing there in like $50,000 of kit as he's wearing some from USSR surplus and goes, "Weren't you talking to me about equality 5 minutes ago?"
Yeah.
Like,
But yeah, so I don't think America as an imperial power is going down, actually. The American army, I think, is probably still incredibly powerful. May well be more powerful than ever, actually. The thing is, nobody really wants to find out.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what this is down to. Like, I mean, like, you remember in the Second Gulf War where they just stormed through the Iraqi Defense Forces in days.
oh yeah.
Right? And it was just, you know, the Americans were. It was kind of like the Americans were playing a campaign in a computer game or something against the little AI NPC. Where it's like, yeah, we're just going to shock and awe, and we're just going to do it. We're going to use a bunch of stuff that basically we've never been able to use before because no one wants to be on the receiving end of this. And so it's just this like madcap fucking fire and fury raining down from the sky. And it's like, yeah, like, of course. Like, you're not, this isn't a war. You know, what this is like literally turning, like the British Empire turning up and shooting tribesmen in Africa with their assegai and stuff like this. You know, it's like the technological distance is far too great to make this a war.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like Operation Desert Storm is the prime example of how America can win a war but lose the peace, in essence.
Oh, yeah. And that's every time, right? The Americans have got such a good army that on the battlefield, if they could get an enemy to come to battle with them, they'd crush them very, very quickly, right? But why would you fight the Americans that way? Like, you'd fight the Americans on their doctrine of human rights. Yeah, no, we're going to get civilians. We're going to get civilians to kill, like, odd individual soldiers. And we're going to get this to happen half a dozen times a day, every day of the year, for 20 fucking years. And just sap your morale. So you hate being here. Your soldiers hate being here. There's no one to defeat. You know, now you've got to defeat the civilian population. That's how America loses wars. And there's nothing they can do about it. It's their own doctrine.
Yeah, like, I found this one here, like just an animation of what's happening in the air operations, and it's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of aircraft, bombers, strike fighters, just sweeping in over the country for an entire day.
Yeah, there's no point. It's like this is an auto combat in Total War.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't bother. Well, I'm not fighting this.
Heresy's the question.
No, it is
Fire's
literally
the
just the wrath of God rolling in over your nation, annihilating everything in front of it.
Mm.
There is literally no fighting. And then the Americans show up after having demonstrated to the local populace the ability to turn their entire country into a crater in 24 hours and goes, "Hey, can we be friends now? Please.
Yeah. Please accept our moral arguments. And it's just like, dude, these people don't understand the way you think about the world. They don't know what your beliefs are about the world. They don't understand why you don't act like a proper occupying hostile power, right? Because again, like this region of the world, right, is where empires came from. Like the very concept of empire is 5,000 years old here. They know how to handle an occupying power. You know, they know what they're supposed to do when they're occupied, because they've been occupied dozens of times. And the Americans, who have never been occupied by anyone, have no idea what they're thinking. No idea what's going through their minds. And so they're like, yeah, can we be equals? They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, what are you talking about?
Yeah. And again, the locals don't get it. Like, as far as they're concerned, you swept in, blew half of their family to pieces from an unattainable height. Listen, the Iraqi air defense is firing like solid slugs into the air. They can't even reach the aircraft.
Heresy's the question.
And then
Fire
the
is
Americans
answer.
come in, they start pussyfooting around. Like, you have the power to destroy a nation, yet you act like a bitch when occupying it. They're not going to respect you.
Yeah. And that's another thing as well. You know, they don't respect you.
Yeah, like the respect part. Again, when the Soviets were occupying Afghanistan, if somebody came within half a kilometer of their compound, they'd just shoot them. Men, women, children, they don't fucking care. You're a spotter for mortar teams. When the Americans do that, oh, hey, little child, come over here. I'm going to give you candy. Please have a good look at our military compound.
Mental.
But this is where a lot of this America is weak ideas comes from. That and Trump acting a little nutty occasionally.
Well, I mean, actually, I think Trump acting nutty is putting the fear of God into people. Like, because, I mean, this is another thing that people, especially on the right, think, is that the Russian military is the equal of the American military. And I just don't think that's correct. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, no, not even close. Like, I've seen a lot of this from people who don't understand military. They're also going like, oh my God, Russia's going to invade Europe. Listen.
No, it's not.
Russia couldn't defeat Ukraine. As small and weak as Europe's armies are, they are incomprehensibly far more advanced than the Ukrainian army.
Yeah. I mean, we're just technologically alone, you know, and everyone on British TV is just constantly going, well, what could we do if the Russians invaded? And it's like, okay, first things first, calm the fuck down, right? The Russians are absolutely not going to invade anywhere. I mean, like, they got a fifth of Ukraine, right? That's it. And that took them 4 years or 3 years, right? They're not arriving on British shores or French beaches or marching into Germany or anything like that. That's not happening, right? But even if they did, there would be a mass mobilization and we would have better technology than them. So don't worry about it. We will be fine.
Again, it's incompatible. You take, like, the British Challenger 2 tank. It is practically impervious to anything the Russians have. This one tank can deal with half a dozen or more Russian tanks. It's like it's like if Germany in World War II possessed nothing but Tiger tanks. People
I don't know much
panicking
about
way
tank
too much.
warfare, to be honest. I actually don't. I'm not a big World War II guy, so I don't know much about tank warfare.
I don't know, you're a complete Philistine in this.
I'm an ancient warfare kind of guy. But I mean, you know, you tell me. I don't know. I'm just. I'm not an expert on the details of it, but you can see the sort of, again. It's like. Yeah, it's like being like, yeah, okay, well, look, you know, the British troops aren't wearing any armor, and so the Zulus have spears. It's like, okay, yeah, technically a Zulu can kill a British soldier. Yeah, got it. But, you know, we have Maxim guns, we have discipline, we have, you know, rank firing and all this sort of shit. It's like there are technologies of war that we have that are so much greater, and so you can just apply that principle to now. You know, it's like, I know the British army is way better equipped and trained than the Russian army.
Well, again, we've seen this demonstrated too, like in the Iraq War when the American Abrams tank came in. And they didn't lose a single one as they wiped out the world's third largest tank force because of the technological difference.
Yeah.
But all right, enough dancing around. Actually, I'll dance around a little bit more because the super chats have been flooding in again. God damn it. The last question, we have plenty of slopes, Carl, just the wrong kind. Brandon, cheat like a normal person with drugs. Sargon, 2025.
Say again, sorry.
Cheat like a normal person with drugs.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no, I agree. Reverend Norse.
Less cringe.
How are the politics in Norway? Here in Sweden and in the UK, things are pretty grim. Best things to happen in the UK is the split in reform. Swedistan is cucked as usual. Any hope over the mountains? Not really. Like, we're too fat and happy. We are too fat and happy. Like, Norway politically is at the level of, like, 2014. I shit you not. Like, we have articles about patriarchy and misogyny still.
Oh, God, how embarrassing.
I know, and the thing is, I might be doing, like, a collaborative Norwegian politics channel in the future. Because Norwegian young men have no... They have no guide in anything. They don't understand why they're feeling oppressed. Like, they don't get it. They have no idea. Like, why am I treated worse than the girls? Why do I need a higher score? Yeah, why do I need a higher character score to get into school than a woman? Oh.
Feminism, you're trapped in 2014 Tumblr, my friend. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. You're feeling oppressed because you are.
No, you are. There's something about South Korean politics that I find hilarious because it's literally the gender war. The MRAs versus the feminists are literally their like state politics. It's just like, okay, what the fuck's happening?
Hexy, it's not stick art. I just don't want to play a game where a Muslim calls my culture garbage in 1400s Bohemia. I will not eat slop, even if normies do.
Yeah.
Shout out to Yin Yang. Norway is still cheating in events it's too big for a strong, almost 800-year tradition. We shouldn't be cheating. We could win without cheating. It's dumb. Belial, Trump's actively trying to get rid of taxes. I saw that. There was, that he was going to try and get rid of income tax.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
I would be.
Imagine if he does it.
Like, seriously, I will genuinely start considering moving to the fucking US at that point.
Oh, I always get people like, when you move to America, things in England suck. And it's like, yeah, things in England do suck, but I don't want to. But no taxes.
Yeah, no federal income tax. Like, I remember looking into these states and I was like, oh, you can't move here. I was like, why? Oh, 12% sales tax. Like, wow, half of what I currently pay.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck off. That's so good.
And the Americans are horrified, like, oh my god, taxes. Like, you Americans have no fucking clue how good you have it. None.
Yeah. Try living under a European government, bro.
Hexy, dev most affected by the Act Blue money drying up. That's right. I wonder how many of, like, the like, media sites...
Didn't get any of it. Come on.
Oh, no, he didn't. But I wonder how many of the media sites will start losing money now.
Well, yeah, that's the... well, I mean, like, in Britain, Hope Not Hate had their funding halved, apparently, in the last 2 years, so... Interesting.
Lurker, you put additional material in crotch area to create air pockets like a wingsuit. I see. Well, there you go.
Of course you do.
Brandon for 10, both Act Blue and WinRed are explicitly to launder money so they can get around campaign finance law. If they investigated WinRed, they'd find the same corruption is baked in.
Doubtless.
There's too much corruption. Miss X81, Arch, make Dev watch Canada the Illusion. It's why I believe Dev and Canada are not real countries. It makes very good arguments with a lot of evidence. Turns out Britain still owns Canada. Maybe?
Technically true. I mean, the king is the king of Canada still.
That's true. He is the king of Canada, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, that should be a small thing then to dissolve the Canadian Parliament and resume control. That would be mildly funny, actually.
He could. Constitutionally, he could do that.
I
He
like
should.
the idea. I like the idea tremendously.
Yeah, me too.
John Jim, NGOs are just money laundering political rackets. A lot of them are, yes. And Nicholas Bowden for 20. Greetings, Sargon. Been watching you since you did a response video to an Angry Joe video about Anita. And to Arch, I discovered you through your fancy lore. Enjoy some dollary dues. Thank you. Angry Joe. Is he still alive?
I don't know. Let me check.
Let's see. Angry Joe show. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, I mean the views aren't the worst. They could be worse. You know, he still has an audience.
They vary. Like his angry reviews still doing pretty damn good. Kingdom Deliverance 500,000. Dragon Age Veilguard 1.8. His other stuff 10k, 8k. I mean, this isn't too bad. 73, 446. Yeah, on a like 3 million subscriber channel, that's not amazing.
No, I would have expected more.
But his angry reviews still do decent numbers, so he's not completely dead.
No, but I didn't mind Angry Joe, so I'm glad he's doing all right.
Yes. And YouTube runs out of memory again. I wonder when they're gonna fix that. If they're ever gonna fix that.
To be honest with you, the battle reports actually look quite interesting because he's playing Warhammer.
I saw that he was playing Blood Bowl too.
Yeah, look, he's got an Emperor's Children one. Okay. That's pretty cool, actually. I'm kind of into it. Oh, they're pretty well painted too. Maybe you get some payment for them, I don't know. But the painting's pretty great.
Robleg623, hello Lord Arch. Quick question, which video of yours do you suggest I show my girlfriend to ease her into the 40k universe? I did show you your Celestia MLP video, and she agreed with your assessment. Well, the My Little Pony April's Fool's videos would be the natural starting point then.
Can I just compliment Angry John as Emperor's Children army? It looks pretty good.
You can indeed.
And his Necrons look pretty good too. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know who's painting these around it, but like, that's good.
A girlfriend into 40k. Start with Rax. Yeah, start with Rax. I'm proud of my Rax series. Although I wouldn't hold out too much hope to get a woman into 40k half the time, but Roland Compton, my new favorite podcast is back this week. It is after my dreaded vacation.
So he's got quite a cool thing going on with the dice rolling. It's on a green screen, so the dice, when he rolls the dice, he rolls them over the screen, over the thing that they're showing, which is actually quite a cool idea.
Oh.
I'm quite okay. Well done, Joe. I'm quite impressed with this. These are quite good battle reports. Shame no one's watching them because these are pretty decent actually.
We should steal some of his ideas.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Right, enough faffing about. Let's watch a little bit of this one here. So I think in the intro, we're gonna kind of go into the America part because I hate the new YouTube fucking ad system so much.
Honestly, I just get premium. It's worth it.
I'm very much so considering it.
It's like 13 quid a month or something, and I never have to see another advert. It's
The
pretty
American
awesome.
dream.
American dream.
The American dream.
Owning a home.
Because in a well-built house with adequate leisure, they can live and work as better Americans.
The American dream once promised that hard work would lead to success and a comfortable life. Today, this ideal seems out of reach for many Americans.
Living in America.
Well, I kind of disagree a little bit. There was a clip of the guy who pretends to be Captain America now. What the hell was his name?
Service guaranteed
Let's see.
citizenship.
when I Google it, it's Chris Evans. No. The fake Captain America Google. Sorry.
Oh, I don't know.
You ignorant slut.
Falcon actor? There we go, Anthony Mackie. There we are. Yeah, no, I agree, Google. He is Falcon. He's not Captain America. But he said a couple of interesting things on a clip, one of which is correct, that the death of the American male, the current society is absolutely ruining men. Correct.
Yep.
Absolutely. But he also made another statement that he didn't think that hard work was worth anything anymore. That
How did you get to where you are then? Oh, DII, right.
Yeah, exactly. Because he said literally that you're just picked one day for success. I was like, that's a massive self-report.
Yeah, you were just picked one day for success. I didn't get picked for shit. I had to... I literally, just the amount of hours a week I've worked since literally 2013, it doesn't even bear thinking about, man. I fucking hate this. It's like... What was that? Was that my phone? Sorry.
I think so.
Somehow I managed to activate the voice thing on my phone. But yeah, I fucking hate this because I literally work all the time. Like, I'm never not working because when you work for yourself, you never have a day off, right? And everyone knows it. And that's fine. That's fine. I have a great job. I love my fucking job. Blah, blah, blah. Right, but everything I have is just hard fucking work. You know, no one could... It's not possible to give me the things I have. You know, no one could have come along and be like, hey, would you like a successful YouTube channel or a successful business? You can't give me that. I've got to seize that, right? And so the idea that hard work doesn't pay is just mental. It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, and again, he's Captain America now, a role he does not do well, that he did not deserve, and that nobody wants him to have. It's like, no, Anthony, you were picked.
Yeah.
So that does not mean that hard work is irrelevant. And he had a successful acting career before this. He was in Broadway shows. Like,
but again, Arch, right? There is something to this, I think, right? Because what he's saying is, from his situated perspective, right, as a black actor in America, hard work doesn't matter.
Yep. Again, that's why he's Captain America now, because they needed a black Captain America, and there you go.
He was black. Yeah, that's literally what it comes down to.
So now he has the shield, the greatest fucking symbol in Marvel, pretty much.
Yep.
But it's so infuriating to see somebody who literally did get picked. They go like, no, don't bother working hard. It's relevant. Somebody will pick you or they won't. And he's talking to other people, like top athletes, and he's pointing those like, they were probably somebody who was faster than you. You just got picked. Like,
oh, come on, bro. That's not... Obviously, if you're an athlete, it doesn't work that way.
I'm mildly surprised none of the other people decided to punch him, honestly.
Yeah, if you imagine you're a fucking, a runner, you spend all day running, you're the fastest guy in the world because you practice, blah, blah, blah. He's like, nah, you just got picked. It's like, no, I really fucking didn't.
Yeah.
Like, you got picked because you're an actor. You are a diversity hire. I can't get picked because I am competing for something.
And again, the dude who's telling you that you just got picked is the guy who's like, oh, Captain America doesn't represent America.
Yeah, but I did get picked, by the way. That's what he's literally saying.
This man does not deserve to have an opinion on anything, frankly.
Well, I mean, he can have any opinions he wants. He still doesn't deserve to be heard.
And the entire idea, then, that hard work doesn't do anything. Like, that is the one thing that might actually make it impossible to get anywhere. If you teach people at a young age that hard work doesn't help, that you should just sit around the house lazying about, then you probably aren't going to get anywhere.
In fact, it's inevitable that you won't. How could you, if you do nothing, get somewhere? How could you? If you've done nothing, how could you get anywhere? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, and that's what's nice at the bottom of a lot of this. Like, oh, I don't have everything I want. Okay. part of this is a worsening system. Like, getting a house today is infinitely harder than before. But is that because the value of hard work has decreased, or because we've imported a few billion people?
Yeah. And we've instantiated a culture that privileges some over others.
America is freaking ridiculous right now.
I can't afford any of these apartments.
$1,800 for a one-bedroom apartment.
$1,400.
I also want to point out here, we have
Right now.
I can't afford any of these apartments.
we have people here with jewelry in their fucking nose.
For
Like this guy, he's got a little diamond in his nose, and he's like, I can't afford rent. Bro.
To be fair, right, that probably cost $20 or something. You know, I'm actually not very bothered about that sort of thing, because these are sort of small discretionary expenses at one time only, right? So they're not really a very big deal, I think. You know, it's going to be the fact that you spend $5 on a coffee on your way to work every day. You know, that's the thing that's going to cost real money.
Maybe, but like, even a diamond this size is expensive.
It's probably fake.
Maybe.
It's probably, you know, come on, it's not going to be a real diamond.
Maybe, but you'd be surprised what these people spend money on.
I would, I suppose, but I'm sure that that sort of stuff probably is not the main expense. But the thing is, they're not wrong, right? They're not wrong. Everything is way more expensive than it should be, and there are lots of reasons for that, all of which they support politically.
Mm-hmm.
So, cry me a fucking river, you voted for this?
a one-bedroom apartment.
$1,400 for 485 square feet.
You literally voted for it.
485 square feet.
That's not that small.
That's not that small.
Yeah, what are you talking about? That's actually not that bad. I've lived in worse.
Yeah, that's 45 square meters. That's that's a house. That's a house, lady. What the fuck are you on about? All right.
Live in my truck.
Today, financing the American dream in America is a
Income of family needs. Oh, I'm seeing a trend here with the cities too. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Strange.
Can we overlay a map of immigration on that? I wonder if there's a correlation here, just out of interest.
Well, yes, I believe
Okay.
there is.
Oh, is there? Oh, wow, really? No way. No kidding. Fucking hell. And also, can we correlate that with a map of Democrat-run areas as well, please? As in high tax, high spend areas.
California, New York City.
Yep.
Yep.
Just interesting.
Strange that.
Yeah, Watson, I'm starting to form a thesis on this. There's something about left-wing politics and policies that ruins things.
It's the new face of homelessness in America. Folks who are working full-time but with nowhere to live.
I would have never imagined that we would be homeless. Never.
When you're that hungry to steal bread from the restaurants behind the stores, you're hungry.
No bread! No bread! No bread!
The gap.
And again, this is reasonable. People should be able to get homes with a solid job.
Yeah.
But when there aren't any homes because you've imported 1 billion people and then given them homes.
Yep.
Well,
like entirely the architects of your own misery here. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But I do agree that you have a real problem. You're just going to have to stop voting for the fucking Democrats.
Yes. The answer isn't vote to control the price of rent. It's close the border.
Yes. Stop spending money at the state level.
Between the rich and the rest of us is getting bigger as they have stagnated wages and their companies have exploded the cost of living.
Right now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And how? How did they do it? How did they do it? Importing cheap foreign labor. That's how they did it. That's what they've done to you, you fucking morons. When you're like, no human beings illegal, the Democrats, the corporations, they're all, the landlords, they're all saying the same thing because it's your money they're stealing from you with these people, you fucking fools.
Yes, you have imported a population to live in your homes and work your jobs, and the corporation's earnings soar. Again, the solution isn't more left-wingism.
Ignorant slut.
It's literally close the borders.
Yeah, it's literally the opposite.
We are facing a hunger crisis. This pack of meat, $16.47. How are we supposed to...
So 2.5 pounds of hamburgers.
For how much was it? $16?
Yeah.
My wife's the one who does the shopping, so I'm actually not very well connected to the price of food these days, to be honest.
Let's see. I mean, let me just have a look at that, actually.
It's probably not that bad, though.
So, $16. Yeah, so that's about 1.1 kilograms. So compared to like ground meat in Norway, that's about the same, if not actually quite a bit cheaper. $16, and this is about $22.
Right.
So $16 for a slightly larger amount of meat. And again, I wonder, when did America stop becoming a net exporter of food? Could it have been under Joe Biden?
Is it anything to do with climate policies?
Who knows?
You know, more left-wing fucking nonsense that's ruining it. Is it anything? No, vote Democrat. You don't want to be a racist.
And again, America. Fucking America. You have some of the largest areas of farmland in the world. If anybody should have food be practically free, it's the US.
Yeah. I mean, the entire sort of everything sort of east of the Rockies basically is just farmland.
Yeah.
It's just farms. Like you go through it, you fly over it, it's just fields as far as the eye can see.
Enormous, vast stretches. Like America should be able to feed itself, no problems.
Well, it definitely can feed itself. Like,
to feed our families like this, you guys? Like, what are y'all doing?
Was it 33% of Americans didn't have adequate access to food? I don't know what adequate means, but I know.
The problem with American food isn't the price, it's what's in it.
Yeah, that too.
It's like, Jesus, you know, and like, honestly, American food is poison, man. Whenever I go to America, I have to go on a starvation diet, because otherwise I just balloon in weight. Absolutely balloon. And it's like, fuck, man.
Yeah, this is actually one thing that the European Union has done correctly. Regulations on food additives.
Yep. Yeah, Americans, I don't know what's in your food, but it is poison. It is poison.
It is shit.
U.S. to almost any other advanced country, everything costs more. Doctors cost more, drugs cost more, devices cost more.
America is devolving into a country that is for the corporations and by the corporations.
It's like a big...
And why is that? Again, and the answer for the left is, of course, oh, let's tax the rich more. And like, no. You don't have enough rich people to tax to make up for the problems you've created through mass immigration.
And also debt.
Yes,
Paying
debt.
on the welfare system. The welfare debt is like this is something we covered on the podcast the other day. Like, basically, the debt is just so insanely high that it's not really worth thinking about because it's just difficult to comprehend. And like the amount of money you spend servicing the debt, like if you took all of the wealth from all of the billionaires, it wouldn't cover any of it. And so it's like, right, okay, what are we doing here, guys?
Yeah. Again, we mentioned this before, but the interest on the debt alone is $1 trillion.
Yeah.
There is no taxation solution to $1 trillion in interest.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
And I love how the point here is still like, okay, America is country for the corporations. Okay, the owner of Tesla is like, yeah, no, we need to start saving money. This is ridiculous. We need to stop this.
Elon's going to steal my money. No, he's the richest man in the world. Why would he want to do that?
You know, literally, he's not stealing your money. You are wasting money you don't have. He's trying to reach into your pocket and go, no, you don't have $20 to spend on stupid shit. Use it on food.
He's trying to put money back in your pocket, morons. Like, weirdly, I know you have real trouble understanding this, but he actually is trying to keep your money in your pocket.
Yeah, more governmental spending is not actually going to fix the fact that your government don't have money.
Yeah, exactly. Governments are not the authors of money, you fucknuts.
Company, like a big corporation, American Incorporated.
Big pharma spreading addiction. Con artist insurance companies. Corporate landlords price fixing entire cities.
I mean, don't get me wrong, these are all real problems. These are all real problems caused by Democrats.
Grocery stores are playing God, turning essentials into luxury items, blaming the supply chain and watching their profits soar.
The problem is that you can say they blame the supply chain, but that's actually also true.
A real problem, yeah.
Yeah, that's also actually a real problem, especially that a lot of your supply chain comes from your primary strategic adversary.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God, that's another thing. Like, why did you let them outsource your manufacturing to China? Why?
Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand why any American worker was ever okay with this. It's like, yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to take all the jobs away, the manufacturing jobs away from the industrial base of the United States and give it to China, a communist country, and then we'll get cheap goods. It's like, yeah, okay, but how am I going to pay for those? It doesn't matter how cheap the fucking goods are if I can't get a job.
And
it's
again,
mad. It's genuinely mad.
The only way to solve this, now that it's gotten as far as it does, is by painful means. It's tariffs. It is to literally force American companies to start producing the things locally.
Yeah. There's just no other way around it. It's got to be this way.
Yeah.
Simply outlaw it. Or just simply outlaw imports from China. You just be like, no, we're just not doing it.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be brutal. You know, people, well, hang on a second. No, fuck you. No, hang on a second. This should never have been done.
Yeah, it was a short-term profit for long-term loss. Like, oh, our stuff will be cheaper for like 30 years. Cool. What will happen then? Well, we'll have no control over our economy. Yeah.
Yeah, China will own everything and everyone will be poor.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tyson Foods, a major producer of chicken, beef, and hot dogs, increased its profits by 140% last quarter.
Elon Musk has been given access to the U.S. Treasury Department's vast payment system.
Good.
Why?
Good. Oh, so he can steal your money, obviously.
Yes. So he can stop wasting your fucking cash.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see Kyle Kalinske constantly going, it's a robber bandit. Robber baron. Like, what? Why would he need your money?
Yeah.
He's the richest man who's ever lived. I don't think more money is what motivates Elon Musk, weirdly enough.
Unironically, Elon Musk is Robin Hood. He's stealing from the rich to give to the poor.
Yeah, he actually is. And it's like, and they are all these, you know, Democrats. It's like, we don't have enough money. I hate Elon Musk. How dare you? It's like, you are just the problem. Like, you are a brainwashed simp. You're a sap. You're a fucking idiot. Get out of my face. Honestly, I'm fucking annoyed just thinking you. Just knowing you exist is a fucking annoyance to me.
The move essentially puts the government's multi-trillion-dollar checkbook in the hands of the world's richest man.
Yeah, to balance it.
Someone who might know what they're doing with money. Like, he didn't become the world's richest man because he's shit with money, you fucking idiots.
And again,
fuck's sake.
Is it ideal to give the checkbook, quote unquote, to a civilian? No. Is it the only fucking solution? Looks like it.
Yeah. It looks like no one else can be fucking trusted.
Yeah. Nobody else was gonna do it, so shit.
Yeah. We need to find the guy least likely to embezzle from the fucking treasury. Well, I mean,
this man can literally buy every super yacht on Earth and still have money left over. So
yeah, exactly. Surely he's, you know, and Elon Musk is a lot of things, right? But motivated by profit doesn't appear to be one of them.
No.
Blatant corruption, unchecked government, and unchecked corporations cause...
And I love how they go, like, Elon Musk is balancing the budget, and then it goes, unchecked government. Hold on. I thought you just said that a dude has been hired to try and check the government.
Yeah, but the wrong dude. We wanted Bernie Sanders to not do it.
Cause anger and frustration, which adds to the financial erosion of America.
It's a big...
like, again, like the financial erosion of America hasn't started today.
Yeah. Try 1971, mate, when you were taking off the fucking gold standard. How about that?
Yes, like this happened a long time ago, and now you're complaining that somebody finally looked at the problem and went, "Shh, we're gonna have to do something."
Not that guy. He's a racist. The media told me so. Fuck off, you fucking idiots.
Club, and you ain't in it.
Not only is the nation crumbling financially, but the social fabric is unraveling also.
Oh, look, federal agents.
Nation crumbling financially.
I hope they too got fired.
Yeah. Well, yeah, notice how since USA dried up, they haven't been on the fucking streets.
But the social fabric is unraveling also.
Americans are so furious about healthcare that they are straight up murdering CEOs in broad daylight.
Communists. Communists are doing it.
Communists, yeah. Communists, not Americans.
Yeah. And that's a literal statement, because to be an American, apparently you have to buy into a particular doctrine because it's a propositional nation. And so if those people believe in something that's not American ideology, they can't be Americans.
Government-backed white supremacy. Failure.
Government-backed white supremacy.
I can't believe this talking point still exists.
Yeah. Is there anyone who believes it?
I don't know. I think it must have become just like a magic touchstone at this point.
Well, there must be someone who believes it, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't say it.
Yeah, but like, okay, so the government backs white supremacy under Biden. Okay, under Obama. Obama was backing white supremacy in America.
Apparently.
Here to protect the most vulnerable.
Atlanta, 2 students and 2 teachers were killed.
And reckless leadership driving the nation into chaos. All fuel an internal collapse of confidence.
Hang on. Reckless leadership? You mean Trump was fixing shit? And you people started spurging out because you can't understand what the problem is. And that's reckless leadership. Reckless leadership of not doing exactly what we want is causing chaos.
Okay, it's the meme, right? Like, Trump does something outrageous, media freaks out, Trump gets what he wants. We're currently at the Trump gets what he wants, as Putin agrees in principle to Trump adamant proposal for Ukraine ceasefire.
Yeah.
It's like...
Trump fixes problem, Democrat meltdown.
Literally, this is Trump's entire modus operandi. He says something ridiculous, asks for the heavens, and then 30 days later, he gets half of what he wants.
Yeah. But not only that, things then start getting better.
In a complete breakdown of society.
It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
The American
Empire. It's such boomer wisdom, isn't it? It's such fucking boomer prophet, George Carlin. Oh, by the way, come and pay me $50 to come and hear me shit on your society and tell you how you're bad people, really, and how you're racist. And everything about America is evil. Yeah, no, we can't do that in Russia because I'd literally be disappeared off the fucking street. But no, I'm going to then go home to my fucking mansion and millions of dollars because America's so evil. Ooh, and it's always run by a cartel of criminals, yeah, that protect my rights. And shut the fuck up, boomer prick.
Wow.
I'm so tired of George Carlin. This is such a bullshit fucking narrative. Like, no, if America was bad, you wouldn't exist. You'd have been disappeared. Like you've got literally the unlimited right to criticize the government as much as you please forever in America. Like, there is literally nothing they will do about it. Like, it will go through if they did do something about it, like currently, like with Biden, like censoring people on Twitter, right? That's a really minor infraction of someone's free speech when you think about it, what could potentially happen. Like, when you compare it to like Russia or something, right? What happens to people who speak out against the state in Russia? They literally get murdered, right? Putin murders journalists, right? It's that simple. This is what happens in Russia. So what happens in America? You got your Twitter account suspended by a federal agent, and then a court intervened to say that the president's not allowed to do that anymore, and they had to shut that department down. So, okay, oh yeah, America. Oh, it's an evil tyranny. No, shut your fucking mouth. You're lying. You're just lying to people.
Has thrived because of 2 complementary forces, hard power and soft power. You can think of soft power as feminine.
I do.
Society, okay, this is one of those things that annoys me so tremendously about a lot of these commentators too. They introduce you to concepts like soft and hard power, and they go like, I've recently discovered that powerful nations use power to get what they want.
No. Hang on, I'm going to go to a library. There must be a book about this.
The ability to attract and entice, and hard power is masculine. The ability to enforce. Both persuade subordinates to do what you want them to do.
If only America could use more hard power.
No, they persuade subordinates to do what you want them to do. Well, does America use hard power to persuade people to do what they want them to do? Like, really? Like, no. They use hard power to prevent breaches of the law, right? When you're committing a crime, they use hard power to stop the crime.
Yeah. And again,
but they're not sending you to gulags.
America barely does that at all, even.
Well, yeah, there is that too. But like, it's not like, America is using hard power to extract labor from its population. No, you've got a massive welfare state. What are you talking about? They'll pay you not to work. This is unprecedented. In almost every other civilization throughout all of history, you would have been enslaved, right? You would literally have been enslaved as either a serf or an actual slave. And now it's like, oh, America's using hard power. What? Well, they're giving me welfare, so I don't have to work. This is mad.
And again, I also just want to point out that America's near sole singular use of soft power has been this guy's politics. It's social justice. It's extreme liberalism. That's America's soft power. You are complaining that the United States is doing what you've told it to do.
Yeah, it's following the doctrine you believe in.
Fire is the answer.
Which brings us to our second symptom of imperial downfall.
Wait, using soft and hard power is a symptom of imperial downfall?
I mean, not traditionally, but...
Okay.
The loss of soft power.
Now, there is actually a point. Yes, America is rapidly ceding its position as the undisputed cultural hegemon. And it's doing so because it's used too much soft power in pushing too stupid things.
I mean, unironically, America is losing its soft power because of this liberal belief.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally what it is.
It's gotten ridiculous that they can't convince anyone anymore.
Yeah, no one wants your fucking leftist bullshit.
Yes.
It's that simple.
You've arrived at the point where you're trying to use soft power to convince people that men are women and vice versa. It's like, that's why you're losing it.
Oh, yeah, Achilles, African.
Yep.
It's like, I'm not spending money on this.
Wore plastic armor with rivets.
Yeah. Fucking stupid.
To understand soft power and its role in the downfall of empires, let's compare the USA.
No, I already know what soft power is. Thank you very much.
But that is a stupid video.
Hiroshima. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
America didn't just win the war, it won the world after showing the world that it had the most destructive power known to man and the moxie to use it. The USA, the most charismatic and feared salesman the world had ever seen.
Now, there's an important part too. The America didn't win the world because it had the nuclear bomb. The Russians got it soon thereafter, the Soviets, more correctly. It won it because it had a better sales pitch than everybody else. People used to worship America in the 50s and 60s.
Oh, yeah.
Because it looked amazing.
Yeah. I mean, it genuinely, like, people now don't understand, like, the appeal of liberalism, because liberalism now is fake and gay. But when liberalism is actually constitutional rights, private property protections, and minimal state, well, that produces an incredible society. And it produces incredible people as well, right? The quality of the average American has gone down dramatically. And you can see this by literally just get a video of someone from like the 1950s or whatever, and the average American on the street, the vox pop on the street, just talking to Americans. You can do the same in Europe as well, obviously. you know, and you just listen to the quality of their speech, and you're like, oh my God, these people are smart. These people are thoughtful. You know, these people are kind and considerate, and like, you know, and then you compare it to like, you know, modern day American culture, and it's like, yeah, this has gone down, man.
Yeah, and again, like the style of all of it, 1960s style. Like the idea of dressing up when you're going outside. Everybody looks smart and good. Like society was very different. And again, Europe worshipped America. The American dream was literally real. Like the idea of getting your own house and a car and living off a single income, hell yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you want it?
Exactly. This was all something that Europe was deeply envious of.
Sold the idea of a wholesome, democratic American dream. After creating international organizations to control the world's currency, the USA set off on a PR campaign.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're right, bro. We should have given the world over to the Soviet Union. We should have been like, oh yeah, no, Soviets, you take everything. It'll be way better than the American world. Fucking hell.
Yep. That's what we always keep forgetting in this discussion too. The alternative was the Soviets. The alternative was drab fucking Soviet Union.
Yeah. Like the idea that the Soviets would have been there's a reason the Eastern Europeans just fucking love the West. There is a reason. All of it, you know, all of the West. They're like, yeah, we want that, we want that. There's a reason that Ukraine is trying to join the West now.
Well, the classic example is there's a reason why it's always East Germans jumping the border and never the West Germans.
Yeah,
like
100%.
It's really simple.
It's totally straightforward.
As the architect of a new world order.
We said the words.
And a better one, too. A genuinely superior new world order.
Where its power would be unrivaled. And it wasn't just economic power. It was soft power. Hollywood, pop culture, American capitalism, and the promise of a just democracy became America's calling card. Even though America's credibility has been suspect since day one.
Oh God, this is literally the Soviet Union argument. Like, look, America is so racist, says the fucking Soviet Union.
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally, I don't care what the Soviets think. Thank you very much.
Yes, the Soviet Union is a federation of states where Russia is oppressing everybody else.
Yeah.
To maintain the charade and influence the planet the way America wants to influence the planet.
Also, I want to point out here, like, America wants to influence the planet.
To maintain the charade and influence the planet the way America...
Here we have, like, people being attacked, I guess, for being black, etc. Here we have, like, the American soldiers, like, harassing the black, I guess, asking for it, Black Panther movement. Yeah. But we also forget...
Literal terrorists, yeah.
We also forget the signs of the American soldiers protecting the first black students to enter schools.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I can find that picture.
Let me just go grab a drink quickly, because I'm gagging.
Yep, go on. Like, all of these problems that are used by the literal communists to attack America are problems that America then moved on to solve, and the West in general, whereas the rest of the world did not. It is a stupid thing to attack America of going, oh, hey, you used to have these problems that you then fixed.
There's a shining...
Like, the fucking KKK... Where is the KKK today? Oh, that's right. Outlawed. Maybe has like 5 fucking members.
On a hill.
Relax. Okay, great. You're doing fine. You're talking fine.
The world needs to believe in American moral authority and in the dream that it sells. The American product seems to have lost a lot of its appeal, and the mask has come off, both at home
Yes. Full pardon.
He will be the first president to enter the White House as a convicted felon.
And abroad, America has toppled democracies.
When did
as a convicted felon.
And abroad.
I don't remember America invading Syria. I remember Syria being embroiled in a civil war, but details.
America has toppled democracies, weaponized the dollar, sponsored ethnic cleansing, committed atrocious human rights violations.
We tortured some folks.
From the world.
And all of this is still a far lesser sin than the opposition.
Move toward de-dollarization to a fading global influence in technology, media, and diplomacy. America's soft power is unraveling. When soft power fails, empires lean on hard power to enforce their will.
That brings us to our final symptom of a sick and dying empire, world domination by hard power. And a great example of hard power unseating a world leader is the British colonial empire. The British Empire looked and acted exactly how you think a colonial empire would.
Improving the world, bringing infrastructure to people who had never even invented the fucking wheel. Yep, that's unironically, yes, that is exactly how I would think that a colonial empire would act as a massively beneficial organization.
With tyranny, conquest, and resource extraction at its core.
Tyranny, conquest, and resource extraction. This, too, is a complete myth on the left. The idea that the West simply plundered the Africas and the Third World of all of its resources. No, the vast majority of practically every colonial empire cost more to uphold than it ever paid off. The colony that actually was profitable was an exceptional rarity.
The answer.
Largely because Europe decided to actually aid in the construction of these nations.
It ruled over 400 million people, almost a quarter of the planet at its height. They relied on their military to establish and maintain power.
To establish, perhaps, but to maintain, honestly, was more the actual colonial power. The building of the societies.
Wars in their colonies, wars at sea, and wars at home. They ruthlessly crushed all resistance for centuries. After
World War I. An example of Britain ruthlessly crushing resistance. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. And even then, again, the colonial rule of Britain has turned out to have been a near universal positive. In fact, most of these countries have turned out to be worse off after the exit of Britain.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We're
Are
now
you talking about the empire?
Yes, we are now claiming that Britain was a tyrannical force that stole wealth from the local populace.
You mean we enriched everywhere we touched because we were literally a massive trade area?
Yep.
Okay.
And the example of ruthlessly crushing opposition is apparently World War I.
What? Hang on. Okay. Can we go back and watch that? Because I want to see it.
Sure.
Looked and acted exactly how you think a colonial empire would, with tyranny, conquest, and resource extraction at its core. It
no. Like I mean, we didn't have the manpower to tyrannize, right? Like the British Empire at its height was something like 125,000 soldiers and something like 500,000 navy. How do you tyrannize the center of Africa when you've got a world empire to maintain?
You don't. You approach a local tribal chieftain and go, hey, you're the boss here now. Here's a general list of guidelines. Keep everybody in check.
Make sure that when we want to buy this cash crop that you provide, right? And so you farm this, we will buy it, and you make sure that no one tries to steal it. That's literally the entire British Empire summarized right there.
Ruled over 400 million people, almost a quarter of the planet at its height. They relied on their military to
Yeah, a really small military.
Yep.
Establish and maintain power. Wars in their colonies, wars at sea, and wars at home. They ruthlessly
Wars
crush
with who?
all resistance.
The
Sorry,
Irish,
with who?
I guess.
The French, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Americans, you know, like we fought wars with other colonial powers.
The Germans. As
Yeah,
this is
the
World War
Germans.
One. This is the example of ruthlessly crushing opposition.
Oh, not the poor Germans.
After a string of costly and humiliating defeats and the massive expense of rebuilding after World War II.
Right. Humiliating defeats?
What? When?
After a string of costly and humiliating defeats and the massive expense.
Did she just put up a picture of the Napoleonic Wars?
After a string of costly.
Or is that
America? It's got to be the American Civil War.
Yeah, or is that Indians in the background? I mean, like, or is it the American Revolution? Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, the uniforms are all wrong, but I'm assuming American Revolution. But yeah, it's got to be.
I can't tell, but like, okay, but like throughout the 19th century, Britain was just on a roll. Up until World War One, we were on a roll. We won everything.
Yeah, string of defeats. I think like American Revolution, and that's kind of it.
But that was in the 18th century, anyway.
And humiliating defeats and the massive expense of rebuilding after World War II. Britain was.
That wasn't a humiliating defeat.
That was a victory.
We were on the winning side of both the world wars. Allegedly.
Yeah. Expensive, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to deny it was expensive.
Abroad, or sustain its citizens at home. The sun had
Also, the
finally
Americans were busy dismembering our empire.
Yep.
set on the British Empire. As Britain's empire crumbled.
That's not true. That's not true at all. That's just such a fucking bold-faced lie, in fact. Britain, not perfect place, obviously, right? But as world empires go, the British Empire had the most dignified end you can imagine. What did you do? Well, we sacrificed the empire to fight a genocidal, tyrannical, fascist regime.
Mm-hmm.
Which is literally what happened. We actually didn't have to do it, right? We didn't have to go to war with Germany. We declared war on Germany because they crossed red lines that we'd set. You know, Churchill was much criticized in his day, saying, look, this will bring the end of the empire and we'll have sacrificed it all. And he knew. We all knew. Like, for fuck's sake, it was actually kind of noble when you fucking think about it. And not one mention of us ending slavery around the world.
Nope.
Oh, look at this tyranny. It's like, what do you mean tyranny? We would lose. Like, there are so many examples of British sailors arriving at some port, finding there are slaves there, and going on a rampage to free the slaves. It's sweet. It's really quite sweet. But it's like, look, you didn't have to do that. It's like, I know we didn't have to do that. You know, fuck this person. They are just so wrong about everything.
Was already rising to take its
$110 billion into Ukraine.
The Vietnam War.
The war in Afghanistan.
The United States launched its invasion of Iraq.
trillions spent and no victories to show for it.
The United States is being...
Well, that's the thing. No, the victories were there. The peace was lost. The peace was lost because they were unwilling to enforce the liberal word order upon the populace. They tried to ask nicely and were told to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, they thought they'd be able to persuade them just via soft power, right? No, what they should have done is literally taken over all the schools, taken over all the institutions, and done what the British did in India, right? The British in India created a class of administrators that were deeply committed to the empire because they were educated in the imperial British education system, right? And so we created a kind of, officer corps of, or like, almost like a janissary corps of administrators for the empire who were deeply entrenched in the empire and wanted it to continue. The Americans did nothing like that. They thought we'd turn up and be like, oh, the self-evident good of liberalism is enough for me to convert to becoming a liberal, and nothing more needs to be done. And that's not how it works.
Yep, it turns out that saying that Coca-Cola is good is not actually enough to convince the Afghan goat herder who literally believes that the invincible man in the sky gives him goats.
Yeah.
It is the inability to enforce one's will. Because America didn't even use soft power. Soft power would be, again, moving in, building schools, forcing them to watch fucking Saturday morning cartoons.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly right. America didn't even use soft power, at least not to any degree that really mattered.
Yeah.
Like, they give them, like, feminist pamphlets or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, no, they don't care about that. You need to be enforcing in the madrasas what they're allowed to teach.
Yes.
You know, every teacher should be an American teacher if you want these people to believe what you want them to believe. You're not doing any of that.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Literally, the first thing that should meet you upon entering the local madrasa is just reruns of old cartoons, and you're required to watch them for 30 minutes.
Yeah, totally.
That's it. But instead, no, we approach Habib and go, hello, did you know that men can be women?
And the thing is, get the pictures of the Taliban taking over after the Americans leave with the ice creams and on the dodgems and stuff like that. Like, the thing is so fucking comical because it's literally like medieval people with like, oh, look, I have an ice cream. And it's just like, yeah, it's just, what am I looking at, you know? Like, and when they're on the dodgems and stuff like that, on the swan boats, and it's like, what is happening, man? Like, these people must be like, this is wild. This is, you know, don't even know what's going on.
You know, because the thing is that these people didn't even understand what America was really doing. Like, they never actually pushed in the soft power.
No.
If America did, like, the meme is America moves in, there's the McDonald's on every corner. If they did, that would be better.
Yeah.
If America moves in and then goes like, no, our cultural values, there will be an ice cream kiosk on every street. There will be a Burger King on every street. That is actually how you do build a culture.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, you've got people who probably haven't even heard of fucking ice cream.
Yeah. I mean, when has this guy seen refrigerated food?
Yeah.
It's so funny, man.
It would be so easy for America to actually wage a proper campaign of hearts and minds, but they don't.
Mm-hmm. But again, it's because of the doctrine of human rights. They can't do it.
Yeah, the idea of equality. It's like, oh, no, we're exactly the same as Hakim from the fucking mountains of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Who is using his grandfather's Lee Enfield rifle to fight the Soviets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being by far the chief supplier of arms to Israel.
Fucking good.
Commitment to Ukraine's ability to defend itself with the announcement of over $3 billion.
$45 billion.
Right, okay. Right, listen, right. I'm not in favor of us forever supporting Ukraine. But it's not because there's a moral issue with us supplying arms to the Ukrainians. They were invaded. You know, like, you know, we can say, oh, well, you know, the Russians were provoked. Yeah, sure. These are all valid diplomatic arguments, blah, blah, blah. But it's not wrong for us to help the Ukrainians to try and fend off the Russians. That's not wrong at all. The fuck is wrong with you people?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Brandon comes in with the $100 donations. Thank you very much, sir. Saying, I like to focus on the British Empire, like France, Portugal, oh God, Portugal, or Germany didn't set up colonies, but the British and Americans after exported and enforced the moral standards these people worship with the power these people consider evil.
Yeah, we invented the moral standards they're beating us with. Like, they're not criticizing the Spanish, are they?
No.
The Spanish Empire was just evil, right? Everywhere the Spanish, like, because think about all of the terrible stories you hear about what happened when the Europeans got to the New World. I love it. Europeans. No, when the Spanish got to the New World. The Spanish got to Hispaniola. They got to Cuba. Oh, I could enslave this entire island with just 50 men. The English didn't do that. The French didn't do that. Right? That was the fucking Spanish. The Spanish were like fucking monsters when they went colonizing. Like, there's, you know what's interesting, right? There's a Dutch account of the Easter Island, right? And they tell them, they're like, oh my God, look at all these prosperous, peaceful natives. They go away. The Spanish arrive there, and they give their account, and they go away. And then the British arrive, and they're like, my God, this place is a devastated wreck. All of the fucking statues are toppled over. You know, there's hardly anyone here. Everything's been trashed. What's happened? Oh, I fucking suspect, and I can't prove this, but I fucking suspect the Spanish did to them what they did to everyone else. The Spanish were bloody horrible when it came to fucking exploring the world, man. And I realize I'm sounding pretty bigoted against the Spanish, but fuck off, Pedro.
Well, see, the Spanish learned a lesson in colonialism early on when they ran into the
Who did they learn it from? Yeah. But who did... No, they learned their lesson from the Moors. Right? The Spanish has spent 700 years driving a foreign force out of their land, right? And they would have carried on into what was Christian Africa before the Muslims turned up, but the New World was discovered. So what did? They spent all of their time going to this nice, easy, primitive area. So yeah, I would have done too. I can totally understand why they did it, but they turned up and they were just like, "Oh wow, this is like being given a gift on a plate." It's like, yeah, okay, but you don't have to be a rapacious bastard about it. And the Spanish are like, "Yeah, maybe I do though."
Maybe we do though.
$100 million.
A $2.5 billion military assistance.
But if you keep throwing money that you can't or won't spend to develop your country inside, you're developing a recipe for the collapse of an empire.
But also, like, this video is all over the place. So it goes like soft power has failed, and then goes on to go, America uses soft powers to influence other countries' war to do what they want.
Okay.
That too is soft power. Like, I don't think this guy has a working understanding of the differential between soft and hard power.
But there's actually nothing wrong with soft power, right? Soft power is like there's a reason all the progressives, like Britain, is considered a soft power superpower or something. You know, like because it doesn't hurt someone. It's consensual. They don't have to do something because of soft power. They can say no. Right? Soft power is the liberal way of making the world change. So there's nothing wrong with soft power, according to the liberals.
Yeah, no, and again, America going, hey, you're fighting a war on a side that I like, here's weapons. That is the soft power. That is the influence of it.
Yeah.
I don't think this guy understands the difference.
But I mean, also, what's the objection there? We have an ally here. We gave him some weapons. Yeah. You would be morally bankrupt if you didn't help your allies. This is one of the reasons why I'm kind of annoyed that we're giving so much money to Ukraine. They're not allies of ours. Who the fuck are these? I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Like, what is Britain's historic tie to Ukraine?
Well, from America's perspective, it makes a degree of sense simply just because it is a way to bury the Russian army.
Sure. I'm not saying it's not strategic or anything like this, but that's not like what Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer are saying. They're like, 100-year pact with the Ukraine. It's like, what are you talking about? You know, like this is a fucking Soviet oblast. You know, that's all this was.
The argument should simply be the realistic ones. Like, no. We're buying the destruction of the Russian army at bargain bin rates.
Yeah, with someone else's men.
Yeah. Look, we're making the Ukrainians die so we can destroy Russia.
Yeah, and I'd be like, okay, fair enough. I mean, there's a definite argument for that. You know, what are we going to do with that? Nothing? Oh, great, nothing, great. Okay.
Well, the next step should naturally have been to fucking break up Russia into its component parts, but sadly we don't have the balls for that.
No, we don't. But I mean, even then, I'm not even sure I want to escalate things like that. You know, I personally just want to use Russia as a massive resource deposit.
Exactly, which is why we need to turn them into Novgorod, Muscovy.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen. But what we could do is just say, look, we'll have peace. We won't fuck around with you. Because the thing is, all of this is happening because the Russians feel fucked around with, right? And it's like, okay, but we don't have to fuck around with them. We really don't have to fuck around with them. We could just be like, here's some money, give me things.
I think that's just the inherent European hatred of Russia. Like,
yeah.
The West always looks at Russia and goes... Meanwhile, Russia looks back and hisses just as loud, largely.
Yeah, but Russia has always been a legitimately scary thing for the European mind. Because obviously, 500,000 men could just come soldiering out of Russia across the plains. But that's not going to happen now. The world is completely different now.
Yep.
how the British Empire, the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, that's how they came to their end.
Sorry, the Greek Empire. Do you mean the Macedonians? That's not how the Macedonians came to their end. The Macedonians came to their end because Alexander died without naming an heir.
Yeah, and everybody then started fighting over the scraps.
Yeah, yeah, it was just like, this is such a bullshit video.
America's not a country. It's a business.
War is a...
Define the difference, I guess.
Yeah, I mean...
America's biggest business. United States has been at war almost continuously since World War II, finessing its hard power into massive profits for America's most wealthy.
What? Hang on, no. Again, they act as if America is the only empire in the world during the 20th century. Yeah, the Soviets were trying to take over the world, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
But...
And again, I wish it was true. Like, America's getting rich off invading other countries. It's not, though. That's the problem.
No. Yeah, pouring tons of wealth into boondoggles.
Yes.
Like, imagine how much money that was spent on Afghanistan alone.
Mm-hmm.
What was got out of it?
Nothing. Fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem with America. They don't even move in and seize resources like a normal fucking country should.
Yeah.
Literally, okay, this is the Norwegian to me speaking here, but nationalize fucking massive national resources, okay? If you conquer a country, it's like, okay, this costs us a lot of money. You seem to have oil. It's ours now.
I mean, I'm not even against it.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah.
We have come to liberate your people. We're going to finance it with your resources.
Yeah.
The defense spending of the United States is greater than the next 9 nations combined.
There will always be times when it is...
What are they arguing? It's unfair?
Yeah, I guess.
It's unfair that America's got such a big army. Okay. Good thing it's you and not someone else then, right?
Necessary...
Would you rather some other country have the giant army?
Of course they would.
Are you mental? You know?
And just... to use force.
Any excuse, any provocation at home.
Wait.
Fuck off.
Was that a line drawn to
when
invade Greenland
necessary
there?
And just to use force.
Any excuse.
But as if America is just constantly knocking off. I mean, I suppose in some ways, yes, but like America, it again, just compared to any historical empire, when the power differential is this great. It's like America is very, very reticent to use its power, and it builds international coalitions of willing neighbors and allies to go and do anything before it does anything. You know, like the Romans didn't have to do that. The Romans just literally marched 300,000 men into your country and just storm your capital and destroy it.
Any provocation at home or abroad, the U.S. will be there. There is no place on Earth not covered by the Empire's military bases.
That sounds very reassuring.
Yeah, unironically. That's
yeah. That explains why Europe is such a weak, dependent place at the moment.
Yes, like unironically, the problem was that we relied too much on America protecting us.
It's not personal. It's strictly business.
It's not, though. Like, again, those $800 billion that you just complained about is spent on the maintenance of everyone else's security.
And you know what? I'm okay with it being strictly business. That's totally fine. That's not, I hate you because you're white. I hate you because you're a straight man. I hate you because your kids aren't weird, demented communists. You know, that's fine. I can do business with someone who just wants to do business. That's totally fine. Here's a contract. We can sign it, and we can all, you know, that's the rule of law right there. That's what they're complaining about. That businesses thrive when there are predictable laws that are upheld in courts. Like, that's what they're objecting to there.
And also, like, it's a business. Like, it's exploited. No. If anything, the entire world has taken massive advantage of America. It's like, no, America doesn't need to spend $800 billion on its own defense. They could probably do very well with merely half of that. But you're going to need to spend $800 billion if you're going to defend us, too.
Well, yeah, it's not just us. what America does is defends the sovereignty of each nation in the world, right? And it does this by saying, look, the era of great power politics is over. You're not allowed to just invade your neighbor because, you're like Russia and it's Ukraine. And we will be the guarantor of that. And that's one of the reasons why we're spending so much goddamn money on Ukraine. Because this is something that America is committed to. They want to make sure that China just can't steamroll all of the neighboring countries, blah, blah, blah. Like so many people benefit from that position of strength that to sit there and complain about it, it's like, you don't know what you're asking for. You want the pre-modern world back on the international stage, do you? Because, like everyone grows up with the map of the world. And this map of the world basically, like I remember when I was like, I don't know, probably like 10 or 8 or something, and Czechoslovakia changed. And like, it was a Yugoslavia. I can't remember which one it was. I remember being very, very young, class like 6 or 7, something like that. And the map changing. And I was just like, oh, how does the map change? And I, obviously an adult explained to me and I was a kid, so I didn't really get it. But to me, that was like, oh, okay, maps can change. But if you look at a map of, there are GIFs, animated maps of Europe over the past like 500 years. You look at the fucking borders. You look at the way the borders change. That's the world you want to return to. It's like, okay, I mean, whatever, if that's what you want. But, it's not fun and pleasant when borders change. That every time those borders change, that's civilians dying, right? Just so everyone's fucking clear. Thousands, tens of thousands, millions dying.
War is always financially beneficial for the United States of America. The Iraqi.
I wish this is a classic communist talking point. Like, war profiteers is good for America. No. That's, if anything, the problem. It's good for individual businessmen.
Yeah.
It's good for individual companies.
What they've got on the screen at the moment is a great example of this is not good for America, right? Yeah, 119 billion in aid to Ukraine. Okay, and where's it gone? They don't know. Whose pockets it gone into? They don't know. Is that benefiting the American taxpayer, America writ large? No. It's been a massive drain on public finances. Like, Christ's sake.
Yeah, war is not as profitable for nations as you think. Like, play any grand strategy game and go to war, and suddenly, like, oh, I'm not earning any money anymore. Why? It's because war's fucking expensive.
Yeah, war is hugely expensive. War is literally just burning resources.
Yes, resources and men in their millions.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, in the current day of laws-based systems, we don't even gain anything.
Yeah, we're not allowed to even loot.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely can't understand why someone would be a soldier now. Because, like, at least, if you go back 500 years, yeah, you're going to sack a city. You're going to run in there, you're going to kill a bunch of people, and you're going to take loads of gold and jewels and whatever off of the rich people who live in this city. So you're going to come back with money. Like, you will come back with resources. Ill-gotten gains, right? That's what normally men used to sign up for wars for.
And, like, look at Iraq, the wars in Iraq. So the first time America invaded Iraq, what happened? Did they create the United States of Federated Americanistani and raid their resources? No. They gave it back to the Iraqis.
Yeah.
And then they needed to invade again. Did they this time go, okay, you're a colony now? No. They spent further billions of dollars trying to build up the Iraqi government.
Yeah. And again, look at Afghanistan. Like, it just... it's like, okay, but they're going to secure contracts for American companies. So, well, they're not now, are they? Obviously that's not happening now. So, like, none of this holds up to any kind of scrutiny.
Oil reserves, rare earth in Afghanistan, defense contractors.
They're just saying words. They're just saying words as if this is meant to be persuasive. Oh, rare earth minerals. Okay, but what's happening with it?
Well, that is one of the first times in God only knows how long where America's actually gone, okay, our aid is going to cost you something. You're gonna have to sign something over in return.
Trump literally is twisting Zelensky's arm so America can fucking benefit from this war in some way. But even then, okay, it's 500 billion, right? From the natural resources for however long that lasts. Okay, well how long? How many billion a year? because you just said you gave 120 billion or whatever it was. That's something that's going to take decades to recoup, probably.
And I want to point out, this was simply just the understood standard, okay? When Britain asked for American aid in World War II, they bought it. Simple. That was Lend-Lease wasn't America giving Britain billions of dollars. It was them going, okay, we're going to give you what you need now, and you're going to pay us later. And indeed, they did. It is entirely
Not the
normal
Soviets,
and natural.
though, was it, FDR, you prick?
Exactly. It is entirely normal and natural for friendly nations to go, okay, I can't pay you right now. I gotta win a war. I will pay you back, however. Like, yeah, if you expect to receive military aid, you should actually be promising to give something back at some point.
Like, it's just kind of crazy how, again, this was just totally normal.
As contradictions nullify soft power, the empire leans into brutality,
weaponizing the US dollar against allies and adversaries,
abandoning diplomacy for desperation.
You can carry out an unprovoked attack on our economy. Your consumers will pay more and your workers will make less. Gas prices will skyrocket. You will turn a loyal friend into a resentful neighbor forced to match tariff with tariff and to seek friends everywhere else. And our enemies will grow stronger.
Fueling resistance and
our enemies, Russia, the defeated power.
Yeah.
And again, the simple fact is tariffs are the only way to dig America out of the hole that it has created for itself.
Causing powerful coalitions to come together against it, from BRICS nations to defiant regional alliances.
Oh yeah, BRICS.
How's BRICS doing?
Not good.
BRICS, how's South Africa? How's Brazil? Like the most stagnant, dying economies. Fucking fuck off. Honestly, fuck off.
Like, literally, the only significant coalition that America has, quote, turned against itself is the EU. And why did it happen? Because Vance was like, bro, you gotta start paying your own way. And Europe's response is like, $800 billion to our defenses, war with America! It's so fucking absurd.
It's so childish as well.
It's like, literally, all America is like, hey, you gotta build your own defense. And Europe goes like, yeah, later. Down the road for 40 years. And finally America has enough and speaks in the mildest of reproachful tones. And suddenly Europe is like, oh yeah, no, we're going to match your defense spending. We're building an army.
And it's like, yeah, but that's what Vance wanted you to do.
Why
like,
couldn't
you're
you
really
have done
showing
that with
him,
Russia?
bro. Yeah,
This
you're really
also,
showing him.
This demonstrates that Europe never thought Russia was a threat. Nobody in Europe was like, oh, no, we're going to spend $800 billion in defense against Russia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and the thing is, as well, war is just so totally different now. If a $600 drone can destroy a $5 million tank, what are you talking about? Things are not the same.
No.
Ties through trade and diplomacy.
You can always count on the Americans to do the right thing after exhausting all other possibilities.
That is funny, actually.
Yes.
In the end, America will not be conquered by outside powers. She'll collapse under the weight of her own arrogance and contradictions. The empire's foundation rots from within.
Oh my God! Stop. Right. Okay. Right. So he keeps using the word contradiction. Right. He keeps using it. I've noticed this throughout the whole thing. Right. That is when used in a sociological or political context. That's communist language. Right. Because they are convinced that capitalism will collapse under the weight of its own contradictions and therefore give rise to socialism. Right. Now, why would a contradiction in the society cause any kind of anything unusual or collapse? Right. Has there ever been a time when a civilization has not been riddled with contradictions? The answer is no. All civilizations through all of time have always had quote-unquote contradictions. So what exactly is a contradiction, right? A contradiction is two separate interests which are opposed to one another, right? Okay, that's totally normal, right? Why should we even vaguely consider any any contradiction to be in any way detrimental to a society, because this is in fact the very nature of property and contract law. It is to mediate contradictions, right? And so actually, if you think about it, right, so what we have is a society in which we can have competition without hostility, right? We have a sensible way to mediate differences that doesn't descend into violence. So what we actually have is a competitive society. Now, competition, as any adult knows, is healthy. Competition makes you do better than you otherwise would have done on your own. It's a driving factor, especially if it can be underpinned and fostered in an environment of cooperation, right? So a competitive, cooperative environment is a very prosperous environment, which is why the liberal West, for all its flaws, and fucking hell, do I have a long list of flaws that it's got, that's why it's so successful, right? Because it is managing its own contradictions in a very, very effective and sensible and fair way. Why would you need what? And so you think, okay, well, if every civilization since the dawn of time has been inherently contradictory, and the reason the liberal property protecting West has been so successful, so rich, so unbelievably rich. And remember, before America in the 20th century, it was Britain and the Empire that was unfathomably wealthy compared to everywhere else. And it was entirely based on this mediation of property rights and the protection of property rights, right? So the state isn't going to arbitrarily seize what you've got, and if someone else seizes what you've got arbitrarily, you have legal recourse. You would be compensated. So, and all of this will this is an entire ancient system we have been working out, right? So the nature of contradiction and competition in free capitalist societies has made them unbelievably prosperous. So what's the problem? Right. Well, the problem is that you've got someone who views themselves through the bird's eye lens and says, well, hang on a second. I want this society to work in one direction. I want to systematize this entire society. And do you know what I don't like? As a system planner, as someone who wants to literally play civilization with your entire civilization, quote unquote, I don't like these strange contradictions. These don't work for me because that makes life unpredictable. Because if you're a system planner, what you want is to know that tomorrow is going to be just like today. And if tomorrow isn't just like today, then how can I get the result that I want? I have a plan for your civilization and I need it to turn out in this way, or else I don't get my result. It's like, okay, well, what's your result? Well, my result is complete and total equality. My result is everyone gets the same. It's like, okay, I don't want that. So actually what you're telling me, Mr. Communist, is the contradictions in my society are what make it healthy, vital, and free. Because a civilization without contradictions is a Soviet state where everything is controlled by the government. No one has a separate interest from the state, so there's nothing to contradict against the state. So whenever you use the word contradiction and you hear the word contradiction, what they mean is free society. This free society is going to collapse under the weight of its own freedom. That's what they're saying when they use the word contradiction.
And hey, in part, liberalism is doing just that. Often a weaponized form. That was one of the observations of Gramsci, that it was possible to use the contradictions in a malicious form.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? A free system can only work in good faith with the majority parties. If you can make people have no good faith in the system, then it does collapse. That's true. But it's not the contradictions that are making it collapse. It's the fact that people won't be honest and good people.
Yeah, it's somebody seeing a flaw, and instead of going like, oh, here's the system that gets around that flaw, going, hey, let's pick at it.
Well, it's literally like, oh, you walk into a room full of people who are telling the truth, and you're like, oh, I could lie and get what I want. Because everyone's telling the truth. They'll think that I'm telling the truth when I'm lying. And I'll win and they'll lose. So, yeah, you will. And that will cause the end of the truthful, honest system. That's true. That is correct. But that's also evil, you fucking communists.
Down by corruption, debt, and a military that serves profits over people. In the end, it won't be an enemy's army that brings the U.S. down.
The military-industrial complex is the one that benefits from this.
What happens when this thing collapses? What happens when the columns start buckling? Are we not in some early stage of that at this present hour? Or are we seeing like the collapse of the empire?
I love how this 15-minute, poorly researched, idiotic fucking video finally ends without a conclusion, but hey, it's probably collapsing or something. I don't know, but could be.
This was shit.
Heresy's the question.
Absolute shit.
Fire is the answer.
And yet, 388,000 views.
16,000 upvotes and only 1,000. Let's have a look at the comments. Let's see what people... The problem is the system that makes the country treat its people as consumers, not citizens. Okay, so it's just communist problems. I mean, don't get me wrong. I totally agree that there are massive problems with the incentive structure in the United States, right? You can have a capitalist system that isn't just an economic zone, right? You can do this. And so it's not that there aren't people who don't have just complaints. They absolutely do. But they just don't understand that the alternative as being the only, if the alternative is communism, we know that doesn't work. Like it's so stupid, man.
But at least we got through it. No, the thing is, too, I believe generally that a lot of this is leftists starting to clutch at straws. Everything is collapsing around them, and so they're trying to latch on to any narrative, no matter how ridiculous it sounds.
Yeah, they don't know why this is happening.
It's like, don't worry, America will totally collapse. Like, okay, are you... It's like, as an American, are you going to be happy?
Well, the thing is, they've been subverted, right? That's the thing. And and again, it's not that there isn't a problem with the American system. Social contract societies in general, I think, are a bad idea. There is definitely, a huge amount of government corruption, blah, blah, blah. But the essence of the United States, I don't think is evil. And I don't think they understand what the alternatives have been.
Yep. As is very clearly demonstrated here, it is just colonialism, imperialism bad. That is all.
Yeah.
Forgetting the fact that when the British arrived in certain African nations, the locals were busy eating one another.
Oh my God. Like, I'm going to do a big video on Benin at some point, and it was just called the City of Blood, right? It was literally called the City of Blood, because when the British Expeditionary Force finally got to Benin, I mean, they found just crucified corpses of Africans. There's not like crucified Europeans that are there. Crucified Africans and piles of skulls and stuff like this. And it's just the most retching, like, barbaric things. And it's like, yeah, no, putting an end to that's a good thing. Same with the Aztecs, man. The Aztecs, fucking hell. Like, I've got my criticisms of the Spanish, but, like, they're not wrong to put an end to the Aztec Empire. The Aztecs were fucking abominable.
Yes, no, the Aztecs were monstrous on a scale that has rarely, if ever, been seen in world history.
Yeah. It's just, like, what are we doing here, guys?
But, it's the meme, isn't it? Here comes the...
Yeah.
Oh, God. Can I find it?
Here come the far right.
Oh, yeah, there we go. There it is. Yep. Oh, look, here comes the far right.
Yep, that's literally it. And it's like, yeah, here we come. Fuck you.
Yep. Yeah. No.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, the human sacrifice is going to have to stop. The sun will still rise, trust me.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, it was a sacrifice we're willing to make.
Yeah, fuck it. God, what a fucking video. No, the human sacrifices will stop.
Yeah,
we don't care if it's your tradition.
Yeah, and I've got to the point now where I'm not even vaguely sympathetic to people who are in opposition to it. I don't care. I'm not interested in hearing your moral arguments, quote unquote. I have decided, You are just not capable of creating a world order that is just, right? Like, you're just not doing it. You've never done it. You know, every time we end up having to stop it. And I'm not saying that we're perfect. We've got plenty of problems, blah, blah, blah. But our problems are way better than the problems you have and you create.
You ignorant slut.
Right, let's move on to the wrapping up phase. More likes, chat. Only 532 likes. Come on, you lazy little buggers. Come on. Likes is the only thing YouTube gives a shit about anymore.
Yeah. And chat, come on. I've been fucking spinning gold out here.
Yeah. Press the like button or I'll cancel the Savvy episode. Steel Manning, Bronze Age, figured out metallurgy and shaping the metal. Doesn't know where protection is necessary. Costume maker.
Oh, God, that's so stupid.
River Norse, Epic. The musical and its vibrant animation community is a better pick if you need a modern interpretation of the Odyssey. They kept messing through the small changes. It's free on YouTube as well. Epic the musical.
Never even heard of it.
Wham Bam. Hey Sargon, have you seen Arta's video about easing up the pressure on the left with KCD2 and such? What is your opinion on this?
My opinion is not to put us. I don't think we should put ourselves in opposition to the currents of popular culture. Even if we're right, it's rarely worth it. Because most people aren't enjoying a woke game because it's woke. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good example. Like, I didn't go out of my way to make a big deal out of Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't play it, obviously, but I didn't, make a big hoo-ha about it being woke because people liked it. And you make yourself into the kind of unpopular Scrooge because people are enjoying it just because they enjoy it rather than because they want to promote wokeism. And so if someone's enjoying it in non-political fashion, just let them enjoy it. There's no point harping on them. It doesn't change their mind.
Not go out of our way to place ourselves in opposition to popular culture. That's a very good way of putting it, actually. I might steal it.
Go ahead. Just cite me.
Yep. Because that is largely my position as well. Like, listen, KCD2 has 92 positive reviews. We can't cancel it, and even if we could, we would expend an inordinate amount of effort for very little gain.
Yeah. And the thing is, even if something has woke attributes, that doesn't mean it doesn't have virtues as well, right? And if it's popular, it must have virtues. So just accept that it has these virtues and move on.
Texas Apache, white pill for everyone. God, fucking YouTube piece of shit. Fucking. It's been months now. They still haven't done anything to fix that. YouTube, it's too busy fucking up the algorithm, I guess, to fix the memory leaks.
Yeah. Too busy making sure no one can fucking find the channels they're subscribed to.
Yep.
You know, they put out a video the other day saying, look, basically subscriptions mean nothing anymore. It's like, oh, okay.
Yep, I know. And I mean, every person I've talked with, every channel, every content creator experiencing the exact same thing. Like, the algorithm at the moment is just a fucking nightmare. And it's because YouTube has finally reached the end of the logical line of first, removing the subscribe button's intended function to warn you of when content has been uploaded. To add in the bell, which was supposed to warn you when content was uploaded, to now finally it's like, no, the subscribers count is actually pointless.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter anymore, so don't worry about it, bro. It's like, oh, okay.
It's like, cool, but that is also the sole singular forward-facing metric that determines success on your platform, so...
Yeah, and also, it's not true either, right? You know, when you upload a video, it'll say, oh, more people than usual are watching this video, and therefore it's getting further reach. It's like, why would that be the case if subscriber count didn't matter?
Yeah, no, obviously it matters. If you have an installed, or the entire algorithm functions on how many people pick up your video, how quickly. That is literally the key thing. If 10,000 people click a video in the first 10 minutes, it'll do way better than if 10,000 people click the video in a week.
Yeah.
So I know having subscribers is still valuable, but YouTube is making it harder and harder for those subscribers to actually count, while still keeping in place the same system that forces you to get the maximum number of attention as early as possible. Fucking YouTube.
Yeah.
I wonder if even they themselves understand the logic of the changes they're making.
No, I don't think so. And it's like, okay, whatever, YouTube. Just, you know.
Texas Apache, white pill for everyone. I am a dad as of last week. Amazing. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
I now understand what Sargon has been talking about for years. Tell my wife is doing great. She'll be a fantastic mother to our son.
Wonderful. That's great.
Yeah, again, congratulations, man. Trevor Noah, I changed my name so you won't be mispronouncing it anymore. Curry. Thank you. Dean Domino 25. On the think tank studies, it's not just interpretation they screw it. If it could lead to data they don't like, they often won't even look at an issue. Yes.
Very true.
Well, that's the benefit of paying the researchers to arrive at the conclusion you want them to.
Yep.
That's very beneficial, that. MW Balls. The leftists aren't lying when they say there has been a huge rise in right-wing extremism. You just have to remember that the definition of right-wing extremism is anything that disagrees with left-wing extremism.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the meme again. Who radicalized you? You did.
Yeah, I'm just a normal person from 20 years ago.
Yep. But then you started attacking me constantly for like 30 years, and now I'm upset with you.
Yeah.
It's weird how that works out.
Now I'm kind of sick of your shit.
Mercenary X21. I'm the same way with X-Men 97, Sargon.
I don't know what that was in response to. But X-Men 97 was great, so...
Yeah, like, I was surprised. I was genuinely thinking it would be absolute garbage, but...
Oh, hang on, you're not talking about the cartoon?
Yes, we are talking about the cartoon, the new one.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that. I thought you meant the old cartoon from the 90s.
Yeah, that's the thing. The new one is basically the old one from the 90s.
Oh, really? That's cool.
It is surprisingly good. I'm sure they'll fuck it up in season 2, but hey.
Yeah.
Random nobody, it's time to balkanize and separate gamers who want to play good games from the perverts and degenerates who want to fill games with pornography, DEI, and drag queens. Porn is alcohol. Try to ban it and you will simply lose. It's one of those no-win positions. Even if you are in moral opposition to it, which is entirely fine and admirable, it's not a battle worth fighting.
Well, I don't know, right? So it's not something worth getting hung up about. I think we should... I mean, I personally... I hate this fucking... I need big tits in my games. It's like, dude, I don't play games with any women in. Like, I don't know why you need tits in your games, right? Like, I'm playing games where I'm stomping around in big mechs or I have legions of soldiers and stuff. So, like, I need tits in my games. No, I don't need that. But the thing is, okay, I don't think games should be overtly perverse or anything. But, I mean, if there's going to be, like, a small and niche market for that, okay, I don't really care. I'm not going to spend a second of my day worrying about it.
The Sargonian solution is to simply wipe women from the face of video gaming.
Well, that's always been the plan.
To be fair, it does have a certain appeal.
Yeah.
Anthony, them making a sequel to Gladiator is like them trying to make a Schindler's List 2. Can you imagine how bad that would be? I mean, don't give them ideas.
Can I tell you a secret?
Go on.
I've never watched Schindler's List.
I watched it recently, and I thought it was kind of exaggeratedly praised, honestly.
Really?
Yes.
I just thought it looked really dull. Like, oh, it's a film where we're talking about the Holocaust, which is never exactly the subject I'm most interested in doing anything about, let alone watching entertainment about it. And then it's like, oh, and it's just going to be like 2 or 3 hours of just depressing. Yeah, and the Germans killed loads of Jews. I know, it's awful. I know. Things couldn't get any worse. And then they got worse. It's like, oh, no kidding. Because it was the Holocaust, right? Yeah, I learned about this in school. It was shit. I heard. Do I have to go know more and more and more? And so I just never bothered.
Oscar Schindler, being played by Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson did a very good job of it. I enjoyed his performance. But it is, in essence, just like 3 hours of torture porn. half the time. And at the end, I started actually disliking the Jews. Why? Because they just kind of let it happen. At a certain point...
I'm just going to clip that, man, I tell you.
Yeah, but like they just stand there whilst the German soldiers are shooting the guy next to them, and they kind of just shrugs like, there he died. And at one point, I was like, Jesus, motherfuckers, you're going to die anyways. Might as well run for it at this point.
Or pick up a rock, just anything.
Yeah, literally.
Anything. Die fighting, you know? But anyway, yeah, like I say, I've never seen it because I was just like, this looks depressing. Why do I want to watch that?
Zen Gunnerman, Kingdom of Heaven was a Take That Bush Jr. movie. For Gods and Generals was Ted Turner's vanity project and inferior in every way to Gettysburg. I think it was better than Gettysburg. I like Gods and Generals way better than Gettysburg. I'm completely alone on this, apparently. Stephen Watson for £20. Thank you very much. Look very carefully in Alexander and you will see classicist Robin Lane Fox, advisor on the film, charging with the heteroi.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Come to think of it, the one thing I kind of disliked about the Alexander movie is they focused in heavy on Alexander being gay with his relationship there.
Well, he didn't actually do anything, right?
I don't know. Did he? I forget now.
I don't think they actually did anything.
I think they kissed and stuff.
Did they? Right.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it's been a long time since I watched it. So.
Ironcaster, you mean you don't want more accurate movies like The Warrior Queen? They stopped slavers, you know. It's history books and facts that are wrong. Oh, God. Yes, The Warrior Queen, where you have the most infamous slaver society in all of Africa going, actually, we were the good guys.
I can't stand it.
Why are you hating? We can also blame the death of history classes. Yes. We need more history. Shaman McLamy, I heard Midway was pretty good and pretty accurate to the actual events. Sadly, it flopped. Would love to see a movie about the Battle of Samar, the David and Goliath of naval battles. Midway wasn't terrible, but you can also very much so tell that they're beginning to lack the ability to present awesome events in an interesting fashion. It's one of those movies that is shot in that way all modern movies are shot now, with this weird filters to make everything muted and less interesting.
Oh, the kind of sepia filter on everything.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, why are we doing that?
I have no idea why that seems to be such a prevalent thing, because you've got this awesome thing going on. You've got the beautiful blue Pacific underneath. You've got bombs falling, explosions, a trace of fire, and it's all like, yeah, let's mute it.
Yeah,
but
let's
why?
make this unattractive. Like, and Hollywood does this all the time. It's like every medieval film. It's like, aha, do you need some mud? It's
Yes.
like, they washed. Right? It's like, yeah, but how about everything brown? It's like, no, they had dye. Like, they loved color. You know, all of the knights going to war, it was like a fucking parade.
Mm-hmm. It was a way to show status, too, which is why they wanted to have the gorgeous, most remarkable clothing.
Of course. It was all about, like, how can we make ourselves look fancy? And it's like, okay, no. How can we make them look dull as dishwater? So, but why do we want that?
Electric Angel, the new Odyssey movie, convinced me that Americans should not be allowed to adapt European cultural products. They clearly don't respect it. It's cultural appropriation.
Honestly, there's an argument there.
Yep, that's an argument there. NoahFan21, after being used to the gaming industry abandoning me, having the game industry be completely destroyed, wouldn't change any part of my life. FOMO means nothing to me. Zoloxon, the US needs to wage total war or no war at all. Well, yeah, that is like all wars. Enter the war to win or don't. Steel Manning.
You are right. That is all wars. You know.
Yeah. If you're not going to win the war, don't bother. Pay the tithe.
Yeah.
And Napoleon, how does this keep happening? He's French. It is truly remarkable that there's not a single, like, long-scale epic television series or movie series about Napoleon.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
It's strange. Like, his life is amazingly interesting.
Oh, yeah. Rarely does someone have such an interesting life.
Yeah. Hell, like, it would be really amazing to have, like, a duopic kind of style thing where you have Napoleon and Wellington. That would be deeply interesting. The Quiet One, can you give us a bit more background on the Battle of Waterloo?
Oh my god, background? Okay, so, right, so, okay, yeah, fine. In about, what was it 1512 or something? When did Martin Luther?
Martin Luther?
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, we could go back to the birth of Jesus Christ, 1517, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 95 Theses, right? So Martin Luther in 1517 decided to pin his 95 Theses to the door of the church at, was it Württemberg or something? And this sparked off a firestorm, which was essentially a crisis of legitimacy for the Catholic Church. And the reason this is important is because up until this point, the Bible was a book that was essentially interpreted uncritically by a captured priest class who used a language most people didn't speak to interpret it. Now, after this happened, the 95 Theses were a critique of Catholic doctrine in which Luther was asserting that essentially most of what the Catholic Church was doing was extra-canonical, not found in the Bible, and was therefore not Christian. And this was huge, heretical, rent Europe in twain, caused hundreds of years of religious wars, and caused millions of deaths. What this also did is created a lack of intellectual foundation, which was a real problem. And so this gives rise to the period in the sort of 17th century where Northwest Europeans, the Protestants, in particularly England and the Netherlands, were struggling to create a doctrine. And so you get this period of time where it's kind of like a proto-French Revolution happening in England. And this is what the English Civil War is about. And this ends up getting resolved eventually by the return of monarchy and a constitutional settlement, which essentially leads into the modern constitutional monarchy we have now. But this also went elsewhere. And so this went over to the American colonies, this desire to find a non-divine and rational way of justifying how things are or how they ought to be. This then causes the American Revolution, which in turn causes the French Revolution. I'm sweeping in very, very broad strokes here. And out of the French Revolution and the chaos caused by it, again, massive wars, huge titanic wars are caused. A Corsican officer decides to, make his name and is able to make his name. And suddenly he starts rising through the ranks. Suddenly he's a star because he starts winning battles. And suddenly he's like, hang on a second, if it's all really just power at the end of it, I'm l'empereur. Viva Napoleon. I'm creating a giant empire. And then he has this massive, really, really complex series of wars all across Europe until eventually he fucks himself in Russia. And then he ends up running all the way back to France with the Russians hot on his heels, and the Russians and the British and the Germans capture him, send him to Elba, and right, he'll stay on Elba forever, guys. Problem solved. And Elba's an island off the coast of Italy, so not exactly a million miles away from everywhere. And in fact, it turns out he can just charter his own boat because he has a boat, so he can just get on a boat and sail back to France. And then he has this madcap 100 days of excitement where he basically goes back and says, hey, aren't I the emperor? And they're all like, hey, you are the emperor. And then the wars are on again, and then there's, I don't know, like the 5th or 8th coalition, I don't know which one it was. But there's another giant epic war, and it's all to play for, and Napoleon has got everything on the knife edge at Waterloo and loses.
Heresy's the question.
And the seventh coalition. Seven fucking times had they united against Napoleon.
Yeah, so that's like the history of Europe very broadly, the intellectual history that led up to Napoleon, very broadly painted, quickly for you there. And I think that's basically accurate. I mean, as accurate as you can be when you're generalizing as much as I was just then.
Yep. And a great deal, amusingly, of the fall of Napoleon can be attributed to the fact that he too, much like America, refused to actually defeat his enemies. Time and time again, Napoleon allowed the royals that he defeated to remain in power, assuming that one day they'd totally accept him. Spoiler alert, they didn't.
Yeah, if you can believe this.
He even married their daughters, but he wasn't good enough.
No, because he wasn't royalty.
Yep, he was not royalty. He was not part of the club. Bearing in mind also that the club back then was literally like 2 or 3 major families that ran everything.
Yeah.
Primarch for $10 always loved the fact that the only reason Gettysburg was made was because thousands of reenactors showed up with all their Civil War gear, and the scene where the army cheers on Lee was 100% improvised. Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's the thing, too. You can absolutely get those real-life battle scenes for fucking pennies. All you gotta do is call up reenactors groups and say, hey, you want to be part of a fucking movie?
And they're like, no, why would we want that?
Like, they will drive for days
We
to be a
reenact
part
this
of
for
your
free
movie.
every weekend.
Yes! Buy them fucking pizza. They'll show up. It really is not that difficult. They'll bring their own gear, costumes, choreography.
Yeah, and they'll be having a great time doing it too.
Oh, yeah. They love the shit out of it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're all going to have like fucking, period authentic costumes because this is their autistic fetish. This is their hobby. This is what they do for fun.
Yep. You'll get loads of free word-of-mouth advertising. I don't understand why companies don't do that. Instead, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on CGI that everybody's seen already.
And everyone hates as well. Like no one likes CGI, right? Like you've got to spend so much money for people to actually, it's got to be like Avatar. You know what I mean? That sort of level of CGI.
And even
to
then,
get people to actually like it.
I'm working on a video about Avatar now, like trying to figure out why it had no cultural impact at all. And I think there's 2 primary thrusts, combined with the third, which is it took too long to get the fucking second movie out. But the principal ones are, 1, everybody can tell immediately it's fake. Even when you have literal cat people designed to immediately be like sympathetic to the human brain, etc., it's fake. And secondly, the humans are the fucking good guys. It's like, unironic, like Jake Sully is a fucking traitor. He is given complete carte blanche to make any deal with the natives. Like the evil corporations, like we will pay them anything, we will give them anything, we will rebuild their homes, we will give them infrastructure, whatever the fuck you want, Jake Sully. He never even raises the fucking topic with the Na'vi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, Jake Sully's an unironic fucking traitor.
Good point. Yeah, he just gets seduced by some fucking native girl, doesn't he?
Yeah. And again, he doesn't even attempt to negotiate.
Yeah.
And again, I think that is a part of the thing that sticks in the human brain and goes like, hold on, you're not the good guy.
Yeah, good point.
Frog Jupiter, what did Dev do to get banned from X? Well, Lumi has informed me that he said the F word, the 3-letter one.
Well, I thought Twitter was all right with that. No.
Who knows?
I mean, don't get me wrong. This is a criticism I've had of Twitter recently. I don't think it should be allowing itself to get perverse. Like I'm not saying I like censorship or anything like that, but there is something to be said for keeping it clean on Twitter. It makes it less gross.
Blaystone, no federal income tax. Many Canadian provinces should join the US immediately. Also, Kesty to his lot woke, and it's okay you like it despite that. Just admit you like it despite its flaws, and leave our at that Curry Fund. Honestly, no federal income tax it's a very appealing proposition.
Oh yeah, I could be won over by that.
Frog Jupiter, did you hear about the draft dev petition? No. Can't say I have.
No, but anyone who supports a war ought to be able to fight in it.
That's true. Why you hating? The orcs banging their spears at Helm's Deep wasn't in the script. The New Zealand soldiers they hired started doing it because they were bored. That's true, yeah. Because they was cold. They were standing there for hours being showered in water whilst they were doing like recuts and filming and all of that nonsense, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
And so to keep warm, they were singing and like banging their swords and like stomping their spears and shit. And the director looked at that and thought, that looks fucking great. Do that.
That's cool.
And it did look great. Warrior of the North. Bare holder seg unna stolthet og fordom, la Jane Austen lære. Pride and prejudice. I'm sure they'll violate it sooner than later.
Fire is the answer.
And thank you for your first super chat, sir. From Jupiter, Shrek 5 is coming out, starring Zendaya as Felicia. Of course it is.
Oh my god.
That woman is in everything.
Have you seen the art style in Shrek 5?
I have not.
Oh, Google it. Google it right now. It's
Shrek 5.
terrible. It's just modern art. You know, it's the modern art animation style where nothing's serious and nothing's good.
All right.
It looks terrible.
It can't be this, can it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I know, right?
The fuck?
Really?
Why? It is that. It's what?
But I'll send you an article with with pictures you can pull up. It's just so terrible.
Okay, let's see here. Shrek 5 fast look. New actors confirmed.
It looks so bad. It just looks so bad, doesn't it?
Damn, why?
Because they hate you, and you like Shrek.
I suppose, yeah. Let's see, can I find the... Here we go, here's the trailer. Just mute that.
I haven't actually seen the trailer yet.
Let's see, I'll keep it at still pictures.
No. Do you know what's really funny about this? Is that her eyes are really far apart.
Yeah, it's
just like Zendaya. Like, oh no.
This is the modern beauty standard of woman that looks like she's being like a deer in the fucking headlights.
Like Hammerhead. Why are the eyes so far apart, man?
It looks like poorly rendered AI.
Yeah.
It genuinely looks like poorly rendered fucking AI though, like the soft diffusion, the kind of fuzzy edges.
Mm-hmm. Why are her eyes so far apart?
I mean, here she's just like a green human with very wide eyes.
Yeah.
Like, it literally just looks like a series of AI pics.
It looks like shit.
Well, if you like Shrek, prepare to be disappointed, I guess.
It's because they hate you in their shit.
The Holtonator, American Dream, is real, just don't live in a blue state. I make below poverty, and I own property and saving for another.
Guarantees citizenship.
There you go. Just don't live in a blue state.
I mean, that's good advice anyway.
Vitalia Klemenchuk. Carl, check out Stitch and Adam's stream on Vivek's rant. At around an hour 18:30, Adam admits democracy must subvert the majority. Elite theory strikes again.
Well, you know, one thing I always liked about Adam is that he's always honest.
Threadnought, you're a bundle of sticks. 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 Dev, before the ban. Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, Elon's platform is not that free speech, Dev.
God help me. Zendaya is cast since she has 2 million Instagram followers. Why?
That's not that many.
Yeah, but even then, why does Zendaya have 2 million Instagram followers?
Because they made her famous. But hang on. How many Kanye West Insta? Kanye West has got 20 million?
Yeah, cast him
Why
instead.
Why isn't he being cast in shit?
Oh, there you go. No, she doesn't have 2 million. She's 179 million, apparently.
Oh, right, okay. Well, yeah,
sweet baby fucking Jesus. Why? Why this chick? This is a fetish that I do not understand. Oh well. Vitalia Klemenchuk. Also, Arch, is there any good way to send you a longer message for free? I have a game recommendation you might enjoy, but it requires some context. Twitter? Presumably?
Ignorant slut.
Fro Jupiter, Arch, we must calm down or we'll scare the normies. Me, how long must us ethnic Kikstani suffer under our normie oppressors? I say normies, get out. Well, you can try to revolt against the normies. Just be aware that you will be severely outnumbered.
Yeah, it's good. It's mostly not worth the effort.
Empty Wayne, Sargon, considering the absolute spineless options the Conservatives of the UK have shown in their leadership over the years, is there any hope from any of those that are in line for the throne?
No, not really.
The House of Windsor has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's good. Right? None of our options are good. It's just that simple. Like, all of our options are shit.
Robleg623, don't forget the tire necklaces that Mandela's wife was fond of giving to white people in the early days of their movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something to be said about Latin American culture in general, where we give them the rubber tire, and they go like, hey, we could burn people to death with these.
Oh, no, that's South Africa.
I think the Latin American gangsters use it a lot too, I think.
Oh, do they? Right. Well, Winnie Mandela, famous. I mean, Nelson Mandela also set bombs. He was a terrorist. He killed innocent people.
As a historical brutal torture necklacing.
Yeah.
I have lost shit.
Rubber tires are filled with gasoline, forced over the arms and chest of the victim, and set alight. Yep, that's also very popular with Latin American gangs.
Oh, interesting.
And again, I enjoy the fact that these people are given the wheel, something that they themselves had not even invented before they arrived, and the wheel made out of rubber, a miracle fucking thing that we ourselves only discovered like 60 years ago. And they're like, yeah, we can totally torch people like this. Fantastic.
Well, there we go.
Marksman of 117B, real giant mobs like RRR. Great film. RRR is pretty funny, to be fair. It's a pretty funny movie.
What's that, RRR?
Yes, it is an Indian action movie.
Oh, to be honest with you, I actually quite like the fact that Indians have access to CGI. Because they do really crazy stuff with it, and it's actually really funny.
Yes, they have no filter whatsoever.
No. They've got no sense of decorum and taste.
Yes, and it just... Sometimes it is painfully cringy and awful, but other times it is brilliant.
Yeah, other times it's genuinely hilarious, and I kind of wish they'd make more films like this in the West, you know?
Yes. Whereas, like, no, we do indeed want our two main characters to be swinging underneath a bridge over an ocean of fire whilst clasping hands and carrying the Indian flag.
Yeah. It's like there's something like adorable about it. Like it's like, yeah, no, you go nuts, guys.
Yeah,
you know?
Go crazy.
Yeah.
Plus, I love the way they portray people. It's everybody's incredible over-the-top stereotype.
Yeah. Everyone's a superhero.
And a supervillain. There's a British officer in it who stops the execution of an Indian woman, going like, "You're not about to shoot that woman, are you?" Like, "But sir, she got in the way of your car. She's not worth the bullet," and beats her to death. Like, that is just
typical British oppressors.
Yes, and it's so ridiculously over the top. He has like a Lee Enfield rifle that he wields fucking one-handed whilst wearing an ermine robe. It's brilliant.
This is exactly what the British were like.
Yep. It's the sadly lately deceased. What was his name? I love this actor. He's been in a lot of amazing stuff. What was his name? Ray Stevenson. That's it.
Oh yeah.
He's been in a lot of great stuff, and you can tell he is loving this role. He's having so much fun. RRR is a highly recommended movie. You won't know what's happening half the time, but that's the intent. Zolaxon Doppelganger. Trump should invade South Africa and extract the whites. I mean, at this point, yeah. Mechanics on duty. So, interesting bit of anthropology. Blacks, whites, and Asians are all radically different species, as in gorillas to orangutans levels difference. Just found that interesting. Enclave. Are they?
How can that be true if we can interbreed?
Yeah, because we can do that. I know that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not true, I'm afraid.
Rage of the Mohawk Thoughts. Art, you need to rethink your verbiage when it comes to the stick. We should not seek to wield the general populace. It rings of the same manipulation tactics of the left. Instead, we need to enlighten and inform.
No, that's not how it works.
Yep.
We need to be the ones creating the good culture and telling the normies what is good.
Yes. Like, trust me. The thing is, most of them, they don't care.
Yeah,
they don't give a shit about how what we want them to give a shit about. We need to present them with something that is objectively good and make them go, "Ooh, shiny."
Yeah. It's literally that simple.
Yes, they are forced to be wielded.
Yeah.
That is it. Mr. Personality, I'll house a boer. Get asylum in America. Me too. I'd honestly take a boer over practically anybody else. Plague Runner Sargon. Maybe it's time we start playing by their rules. Let's bring back the British Empire and its Commonwealth. Why not?
All I'm saying is if there was ever a time to bring back the British Empire, that time is fast approaching, right? Like, let's have a look at what independence has wrought, and was it better than being governed by the British?
Are the Indians pooing more or less in the streets now?
Well, is Africa more or less prosperous?
Mm-hmm. For
Are
Jupiter...
there fewer or greater famines?
In terms of how psycho-leftists are, I remember how they masturbate to southern folk getting hurricaned and how they wished it took more lives.
Yeah, they are awful.
Unironically awful. Trevor Noah, have you guys looked into the game, Bellwright? It gives me Bannerlord vibes. Isn't that also like a multiplayer game, I think?
Bellwright?
Yes.
As in someone who makes bells.
Establish and expand your settlement. Liberate the lands. Assist in its village. It looks like a kind of settlement survival style thing with combat. So Bannerlord,
Can you pull up on the screen?
Yeah, I was bringing up the URL actually. There we go. So you build villages and you occasionally go to war as well.
I mean, that sounds cool.
It does sound cool.
I'm definitely. It's multiplayer, is it?
I think so, yeah. Cooperative multiplayer.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. I reckon my son would like that.
Probably. A little bit of Ark with a little bit of Bannerlord.
Oh, he loves Bannerlord. Yeah, exactly. Crossing Bannerlord and Ark together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That could be pretty cool.
How much is it?
$30 roundabout.
That's not too bad.
Boog, how did the Delete White Party gain power? Delete White Party gain power? Well, exactly the way you
EFF.
think.
Yeah. By just saying we're going to steal the white people's stuff.
Yeah. You know all of those rich neighbors that you are envious of and wish you had their stuff? Yeah. We'll give it to you.
Yeah. It's literally that simple. You know, it's just amazing how unironically evil people can be.
Yeah. Karala, a couple things about metallurgy. Bronze is relatively ductile and tough, especially as a copper alloy. Bronze is any copper alloy, not just tin. Anyway, can't wait for the AI to fix any movies Zendaya is in.
Okay, well, obviously I was talking about bronze with tin.
Most next anyone? No. Wrong, Sargon. Since the Organic Act of 1871, we haven't been a republic. Be ready to see that come out in the news eventually.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
Reverend Norse, you're both right. USA always fight with both hands and legs tied behind their back due to liberalism and human rights.
Yeah, 100%.
Roblake 623. To be fair, Stormin' Norman moved as fast as he did in Desert Storm specifically to get as much done as soon as possible before the politicians had a chance to screw it up and get in the way of the war. Like, the Vietnam War had one of the weirdest moments of this. So the Ho Chi Minh Trail, of course, was a massive network of roads and various things and trails running through Laos and Cambodia, which weren't a part of the war. The North Vietnamese used these to support the Viet Cong in the south. America refused to bomb this path that they fully knew about.
Why?
Because they didn't want to upset the two tiny little silly neighboring nations.
Which would have done nothing.
Yeah, which would have done nothing. They only started bombing them on a limited scale when it was way too late. And they even then refused to send in ground forces. Like,
yeah,
it was retarded. They allowed the enemy's supply lines to exist.
Yeah, that is mental.
And again, the Americans could absolutely have stopped it. Just go, like, okay, Cambodia, we're going to start putting soldiers on your terrain. Do you have any objections?
And even if you do, who cares?
Yeah. If they go like, yes, oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry, I guess. Don't worry, it'll just be the jungle area, which you don't even have the technology to fucking move in, so it's fine. Shaman Maclame, you may beat me up, but eventually you will get tired and go away. Billy from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. That is Afghanistan's tactic, and it has worked incredibly well for hundreds of years.
Thousands.
Yeah. You can occupy me, but sooner or later, you'll grow sick and tired of it and leave.
Yeah.
Empty Veins for 20. Thank you very much. Speaking of power of the US military and all the missing funding in the Pentagon, it makes me wonder what all the secret tech US has that they haven't used. Even crazier if rumored reverse engineering UAP tech has any truth.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that.
Yeah, and if they do have, then they do have prototypes. I guarantee you that, but it's probably nowhere near as exciting as you think it is.
Yeah. It's not going to be alien technology, though. I don't believe it.
No. It's going to basically be big fancy drones.
Yeah. Well, there'll be like, anti-gravity technology that's experimental that they're trying to develop that they don't want the Chinese getting or the Russians getting, blah blah blah. I don't doubt there are high-tech stuff that we're just not privy to. I just don't think it's aliens.
Yep. It's like the railgun that the US has developed, but it blows itself to pieces every time it's fired.
Damn, I love railguns.
They've got a functional one. It's just that, again, every time it's fired, it bursts the fucking barrel. But hey, sooner or later, yeah.
Yeah, they'll get it.
Anthony, when I was in Iraq, a local literary asked me why we didn't turn the desert into glass to end the war faster. Yep. Well, it's also, I had a friend who was in the Norwegian part of Afghanistan, because we had coalition forces down there. And one of the big complaints that the Americans had is that they always had specific orders that they couldn't deviate from properly. When the Norwegians entered a town and they didn't see any civilians, they turned around and left. It's like, okay, there's an ambush there, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
When the Americans did that, they were like, well, we are under orders to roll through the town, so button up and go through.
That seems unwise.
It was. It was very unwise, and it got them shot at a lot. Wrath Simulation 115. If you want some free existential dread, look at the magnetic pole shift phenomenon. Also put his membership towards a Fire Emblem 8th playthrough. Magnetic pole shift.
So basically, the Earth's magnetic poles, once every 50,000 years or something, flip. And we're apparently way overdue for one of these flips. And apparently there's chaos when that happens.
That does sound like it would suck.
I don't know anything more than this, though.
It could be chaos, says Google.
Oh, do they? Well, there we go.
Why, though? First, yeah, stuff, science, mumbo jumbo. Difficult for satellites. Release. Okay. It just could be chaos, is what it tells me. So, I hope it doesn't happen, I guess. Frog Jupiter, careful in Texas. The property tax is, by the way, 1% and 2%. Oh my.
Oh no.
1% and 2% property tax. That's truly terrible. I paid property tax twice, as it is. Mario Trujillo, Russia, they will run out of bullets before we run out of people. America, oh, that's a good one. Hell, America has more people living in it than Russia does.
Yeah, twice as many.
Yeah. It's like this idea of Russia being this superpower of military manpower. It's like, nah. If Europe or America traded 1-to-1, we'd run out of people way later.
Well, Europe in its entirety is 500 million.
Yeah.
So it is bigger than America. But still, like Russia itself is like 165 million, which is a lot, obviously, but it's not that many actually. In this, the Soviet Union used to be 500 million people. So, and Russia's got a declining population as well because people leave Russia.
Mm-hmm. Boring names. Start here with the Tyranids. Women love Tyranids like a dog with tentacles. Terrible. The real Zartex. Guess who finally got his credit card back? Congratulations. And anyways, did you see that the head of communications at Hensoldt came out and said the F-35s exported to Europe have a kill switch? I'm guessing the US will be selling a lot more anytime soon. Why would he say that? And I doubt I would be surprised. Because I'm pretty sure we would have found that if that was the case. You'd think.
And disabled it?
Yeah, probably. Then again, I don't know if I'd put it past the Americans. So on the lit, next bridge stream, Sargon and Bart in blackface. Immediate success. I don't know if
Probably
I want to...
illegal in my country.
Yeah, and I don't know if I want to cosplay as Trudeau, honestly. Mercenaries 21, Mackie is right. It's all a rich man's game. They're same rich men for that island that Clinton went to. You know, the one. Luckily, Elon wasn't part of that club.
Well, yeah.
Frog Jupiter, I found recently that Texan legislature must pass a balanced budget and can't have a deficit that passes on to next year according to the Texan constitution.
Oh, very based.
Wise. Russian garbage human. Remember when the Taliban was asked about women's rights? I imagine their
And they
answer
laughed.
was...
Yeah. No, they just laughed.
Oh, they just laughed.
Yeah, there's a video of them laughing. It gets translated and they're like, what? It's genuinely funny.
All right, to be fair. Frog Jupiter. Best takes one that 45 square meters is normally rat infested. Well, kill the rats. Black 917. Hail ArchCast, our Lord and Savior, and hi Sargon.
Hello.
Mr. Twisted Frenzy, back in the day when the boomers were young, affording a house was reasonable, but luxury goods like a TV would cost you an arm and a leg. Nowadays, we seem to have reversed this dynamic.
Yep.
Yeah, now a TV is just considered like an essential thing you have.
Well, they're also quite cheap.
Yes. Mercenaries 21, I totally agree with you guys on the poison in our food it's intentional. It gets worse. The stuff that Europe's grade is 10 times the amount of dollars. Is it more expensive though? Well, probably when you import it to America, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Brandon, what's in our food? High fructose corn syrup? Because the corn industry produces so much, they need to find somewhere to dump it that doesn't drive the prices into the ground. Yeah, like, unironically, the cornspiracy is a whole fucking rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah, it's totally true.
Yes.
Like, and it's really doing damage. Like, RFK is absolutely right about this. Like, it is the responsible thing to do to, like, allow RFK to sort America's food supply out.
Yeah, like, the corn stuff just needs to be regulated. Like, no, you can't make any more of this.
Yeah, just
grow literally anything else.
Yeah.
191 Redbird. The American dream is still alive and well. People are just unwilling to spend 5-10 years busting their ass 60 to 80 hours a week. They think you can move up working 30-40 hours for minimum wage. Yes.
Yeah, there is something to that as well. While I am very sympathetic to the plight of the Zoomers also have the impression in their heads that they should be living like boomers. And it's like, no.
Yes, there's a lot of people now that are like, I need to live like my parents, but I want a 3-day weekend. I want free health insurance, everything.
Yeah.
And I want to work from home. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I'm not saying stuff doesn't suck. It does suck, especially if you're a young person, but...
Razvan Konstantine's been a member for 19 months. Thank you, sir. Greetings, Lance. Sargon in particular, could I send you a set of questions regarding cancel culture and your experience with it for my degree?
Maybe, but I'm really, really busy at the moment. So I'm not inclined to do anything else. Sorry, I know I don't want to, I'm not trying to be rude, but I've got so much on.
Obdulio, that Shrek 5 trailer you saw was a fake. There is only a short teaser currently out now of Shrek looking at memes of himself. It's a shame they didn't stick to the art style of Puss 2's second movie, The Last Wish. Everyone loved it, but it seemed it's abandoned. Okay, I'm kind of happy to hear that, because that trailer did look kind of awful. Brandon, I hate this narrative for 2 reasons. 1, it acts like America is always evil, and 2, any exertion of power is evil. These people are suicidally wedded to weakness and mediocrity. Yes. There's no, like, power can be used for good. Otherwise, what is your argument against the Nazis, precisely? Like, well, no, America can't go to war, but they're genociding people. Well, it's too bad. We can't use power.
Yeah, no, that would be wrong.
Yeah, that'd be terrible. The Germans just have a very different culture than us, and it includes starting world wars every 50 years. On March 8, I often leave the comment the British Empire did nothing wrong on videos like this. Good.
Well, it did loads of things right.
Sarathis, do you feel like you were on the winning side of the two world wars, Carl? Do you?
This is a fucking... it's a stupid narrative that people on Twitter have. It's like, well, see, if only we'd been Nazis. Look, Churchill would never have signed off on anything that's happening now. Churchill was, as far as they're concerned, a massive racist. And the left have got loads of criticisms of, there are loads of criticisms of these things and defenses of these things. But Churchill was indeed a racist. He didn't want immigration into England. He was not in favor of these things happening. And it's not because of the defeat of Hitler that these things are happening. These things didn't happen until 70 years after the fucking war for a reason. Because it's essentially communist subversion.
Zero. A few hours back, do the women crotch stuff too. Funnily enough, we actually banned women from ski jumping for the longest time. It was one of the last gender-segregated sports for some reason.
That's not even gender segregation.
Gender ban, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. What was the reason, sorry?
There was no reason. We didn't allow women to jump skis until the women were like, hey, can we jump on skis too? And we're like, I don't know. Can you? They still haven't really answered if they can, because they still jump in the smaller hills and everything, but at least we let them now. Mr. Next Anyone, the crimes Ukraine has done will come out soon. Yeah,
probably.
Reverend Norse, same with the story of Europeans came to Africa and slavery suddenly popped up, like they didn't buy them from the establishment of slavery in Africa. Oh yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. The Europeans couldn't even penetrate deep into Africa due to the amount of diseases we couldn't handle. So we just showed up at ports and went like, hey, do you have any family members to sell?
No, it was captured war criminals. Well, not war criminals, but booty. It was people captured in wars between tribes.
Yep. Those who lost. Brandon, I wish my country was as imperialistic as the communist leftists say it is. We would be 1,000% more wealthy, more powerful, and less retarded than we are now. Correct.
Totally true.
And that to Lumicast. Does Hamster, funny how protection of people and sovereigns by Western liberators only happen in resource-rich and strategic nations. To be fair, that does happen on occasion, yep. Hyena Fern, not exactly. It started with cash and carry before becoming Lend-Lease. Yeah, that was one they actually had to pay immediately first. Marked Ashamed. The town I moved into, get a little bit further from Seattle, made it into Andy No story. Seattle beat me here. In Washington, you don't vote for your leaders vote for you. No Pants Baby. A reminder that the EU had their own mineral deal that they wanted Ukraine to sign, but Trump beat them to the punch. Really? I didn't even know about that. Mario Trujillo. Europe, we don't need the Americans. Germany, oh yeah? We're thinking of becoming a nationalist again. U-boats, yeah, Europe. Okay, who's going to call the Americans? Yeah. Easy E. Socialists have jobs within capitalism where they get paid to espouse socialist doctrine. This proves capitalism's ability to absorb opposite economic theories and remove the threat by monetizing it. To a degree, yes. Like turning the Palestine scarf into one of the hottest selling entities. sadly, we haven't done enough to deal with it. Why you hating? It's either Russia, the CCP, or USA. Pick one. And I choose America. Brandon, speaking of the Aztecs, I wonder what Catholic Spain, who just got done with the Reconquista, thought when they ran into the Aztecs. Absolute heathen fucking savages, but they were also brown, which also introduced an element of, we can at least educate them. With the Muslims, it was more like a straight-up religious disagreement. It was like, okay, no, we are enemies forever and ever. With the Aztecs, a lot of the missionaries were under the impression that these were a people that could be converted. And indeed, a lot of the locals were happily converted. Because, well, their religion is, the world's going to end, you're going to die, everything is pain, suffering, and misery. And the European religion is, hey, you can go to heaven.
Yeah, no, the European religion is everything, you're going to die and everything's going to be shit, but you might go to heaven.
Yeah. Your life is going to be suck, but there's hope at the end. Adam Acumen, Aztec, what a thing to walk in on. Hello, Azteca. Welcome. Playstone, Sargon, write about KCD2 and BG3. Leave it be, criticize the bad when brought up. Curry fun. Streamlabs marginally, you lazy bastard. I have. I swear. Tim France, as an American, I wish...
Hang on, just a quick thing. Oh, this is so funny. Right. So, LiDAR, which is ground penetrating radar, has recently discovered that there are, in fact, vast cities in the Amazon rainforest. So when the left are like, oh, look at this ancient, untouched wilderness, it's like, nope, that's not true. Actually, there were huge cities there. And then, obviously, when the conquistadors arrived and brought smallpox with them, these cities got wiped out, and the jungle has reclaimed them, right? And so they've started excavating them recently. And what meme does that look like to you?
What the fuck?
Soy Jack temples. That's so good.
A 2,000-year-old Soy Jack temple.
Yeah. Or it's literally the guy's pointing. Like, oh, the backwards pointing fucking meme. It's so funny. What were the odds?
Some things are universal, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Some things are eternal.
God help me. Maybe there was a good reason why we wiped out these civilizations.
Well, we didn't. Disease did.
Well, yeah, indirectly. Huh? Tim France, as an American, I wish we were the empire that video fear-mongered about. God forbid we actually used our power to properly rein in the savages. God forbid. Animate Acumen, big tartars are simply the cherry on sundaes, but not required. Nice if present. They are often a bonus, especially in an age of uglified females. Alex Adamson, Sargon, could you cover the Sharp series, books and show on Lotus Eaters? Get some of the history lads on it. It would be great.
Bo probably really wants to do that. I have never read Sharp. I've watched some of the series, and it was all right. I didn't dislike it, but I've got no personal burning desire to do it.
Dreyfy, I'm still disappointed by the Napoleon movie. Here I am expecting a updated Waterloo, focus on battles, generals, Napoleon being a force of nature. I end up getting a cut Napoleon with 2 minutes of very brief battles. Yes.
It's really bad.
Yep. All of it focuses in on Josephine. Not the romance that they have, but just Josephine.
But notice how it made no fucking impression as well.
Yep.
You know, Ridley Scott's epic on Napoleon, and it's gone. Nobody cares.
Just, it was bad. Nobody liked it. It's a shit movie. Nobody goes to the cinema to watch a movie about Napoleon to then go like, oh, actually, it's Josephine the movie. Like, well,
yeah, I don't want that. Yeah, she featured way too heavily in this. Like, he spent years away from her.
Yep. And it focused on her even after she'd become utterly irrelevant.
Yeah, even after she was confined to her home under house arrest or whatever.
Dreyfus, even an updated or continued version of the TV show Sharps with the battles at a proper scale, or Hornblower, or hell, how about the TV show based around or in the other world of the film Master and Commander? That was a good movie. That was a very good movie. Dreyfus, okay, Sargon, now do how Napoleonic Wars led to World War One.
Okay, yeah. So, after the Napoleonic Wars, the British Empire begins expanding to its greatest extent, and the British fleet becomes something just colossal. And in this period of relative, like it's not worth upsetting the apple cart excessively. And as I understand it, there's a period of essentially what is relative peace in Europe, which allows a great, and during this time concurrently, the scientific revolution is going on, and the industrial revolution is going on, and so you get, it's relative, like compared to what had come before, like the 30 Years' War, Napoleonic Wars, the 7 Years' Wars, like all of these sort of things. These are huge wars that cost millions of lives. And so Europe has a period of relative peace where it's expanding outwards in the scramble for Africa, consolidation in India, the Orient, things like this. And the Industrial Revolution is churning along. Europe's economy is growing by leaps and bounds. Technology is advancing. Guns become much, much better than they were. And the population is rising by staggering amounts because of the scientific discoveries mostly the British are making at this time. And then this complex web of alliances gets triggered in 1914. It is 1914, isn't it?
1914, yes.
Yeah. Gets triggered by some piffling thing in the Balkans, and Europe goes on, was it is it 4 years?
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years of insane carnage, the likes of which the world had never seen and thought it would never see again until a generation afterwards when you get World War II.
This was also further enhanced with Prussia being scared shitless of France and hating the shit out of it, uniting into Germany and then taking out their ancestral grudge on the French in the Franco-Prussian War.
Mm-hmm.
Then building further alliances because they thought... back then, France had basically the reputation that Germany has now.
And they deserved it as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the big thing also that made World War I inevitable was the technology of mobilization. See, mobilizing nations for war were incredibly complex plans of thousands of trains, millions of men, like ammunition, food, water, guns.
But think of the communications technologies and the transport technologies.
Yes.
Like it was horse-drawn carts and letters that was sent by guys on couriers, right? By the end of the century, you've got motorized vehicles and what's the beep beep beep?
Trains and telegraphs.
Telegraphs, that's it. Yeah. So you've got motorized vehicles, not just trains, but yeah, trains mostly, and telegraphs. And that changes the scope. And we're post-industrial revolution. So entire populations can be put into manufacturing. And it's just like, okay, so we can churn out, we've got millions of men, we can put millions of men to work to produce untold numbers of resources. And we have guns, which are just the worst things that ever happened, really, to warfare. And the whole thing is just set to be an absolute catastrophe. And because everyone's still in the old mold of, oh, well, I'll raise an army as big as I can raise an army and as much as I can equip and send it into the field, like as everyone has ever fought a war since the beginning of time, you get millions of men with God only knows how many millions of tons of ammunition and shells and mortars and all this. And it's hell. It's literally hell on earth.
Mm-hmm. And the reason why everybody had to mobilize was because the theory was, if you could, because mobilization was basically competition of speed. The idea was that if a nation can mobilize like 1 million men and invade over the course of a week, then that opposing nation won't have a chance to resist, because 1 million dudes will just walk across their border. And so every nation prepared to mobilize as quickly as possible. And this meant that the moment somebody started mobilizing, everybody else had to start, or they would be so far behind that they'd lose the war in a weekend. That made the war inevitable, because the moment one nation gets a little bit nervous and mobilizes a little part of its army, everybody else mobilizes. Everybody starts making the war machine go. And there's no way to stop it, because if you stop it, 1 million men walk across your border and you lose.
Yeah. And then that's another thing as well. Scale is another thing as well. Like, before, say you've got, like, 100,000 men. That's a massive army. But that's only a front of, like, a few miles. But when you've got, like, the Germans invaded Belgium with, like, 500,000 men or something, didn't they? And it's just like, fucking hell, man. Like, that is crazy. Napoleon required a Europe-wide empire to muster 500,000 men to invade Russia. The Germans can do it themselves by the end of the century. So,
yeah. The reason why they attacked France first, too, was because they wanted to knock out France, which they viewed as a lesser threat, because Russia was expected to be able to mobilize some 6 million men within 6 months. It's like, yep, shit, I guess we're fighting war on a whole different fucking scale, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, it's not, I mean, it's not even war then, it's something different. Like 6 million men. And the Germans had probably something similar on both fronts at some point, didn't they? Like, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yep. I mean, again, like, the total mobilization of these nations are in the tens of millions.
Yeah, it's mad.
The British army was considered tiny by current standards at merely 1 million men. It's like merely 1 million soldiers.
Proportionally, it was tiny.
Mr. Personality, Civil War reenactors is just their fursuit equivalent. Kind of. But less sexual.
And less gay.
Yeah. Plus, it's just awesome, though. It looks cool. It's fun. People, as men out having fun pretending to do war. That's good, wholesome stuff. The Last Russian, remember when Taliban was asked about women's rights? Yes. We do now. Trify, that's Shrek. They had a winning formula and they decided to fuck it. They literally just did Puss in Boots, which was loved. Yeah, but that's why they want to ruin it now. Bingus Brainus, that's an AI trailer. I know now. Sandoom, you all talking about early 2000 stuff made me think Christopher Lee would have made a great Commissar Yarrick, because he had that charisma about him and actually knew sword fighting.
Oh, Christopher Lee would have been a very good Commissar Yarrick.
Christopher Lee would have been good anything. That man could act.
Oh yeah, he was brilliant. But like, he would have been especially good at Commissar Yarrick. The disdainful expression.
Yes.
DJ
Rockford 83, Sargon, review some painted minis. Discord bros.
Oh yeah, good point. I haven't done one of those in ages.
Abdulio, you can find the real teaser on Universal's official YouTube channel. It's simply called Shrek 5 cast announcement, and the thumbnail is a group shot of the cast. I don't want to look at Zendaya anymore if I can help it. Taratine Arch, have you heard that the Zulu king said that South Africa was better under apartheid? I mean,
well, yeah, because the Zulu have their own sort of civilization.
They do. Bonobos and chimps can't interbreed as well. It's not that simple. And Matacuman, bless you, Sargon.
Thank you.
Alex Addison, Arch, have you talked to Lumi yet about guests? I have. We do have guests. Mercenaries 21, it's nothing but alien tech, guys. Get a clue. Anthony, it doesn't help that the dumbest spend 100k or more going to college, getting a degree they can't use before they go into the workforce. Over-education is genuinely a problem. Like, if you want a stable income, become a pool cleaner or some boring job that nobody wants.
No. Do something that's always going to be needed, like a plumber.
Yeah.
Electrician. You know, like these things, we will always need plumbers. We will always need electricians. This is never going to be automated.
The real Zartax, isn't it convenient how the good guys win all the wars?
I've got to go to bed, man.
Yep.
I didn't realize it's past midnight, but I'll see you guys next week.
See you then, Sargon.
Bye.
Just a few more chat, hang in there. Harambe, considering Sargon's lads recently talked about Star Wars, I recommend seeing Star Wars The Third Fuck You, YouTube. God, I wonder when they'll fix that fucking bug. I swear to God. I'm sorry, we're too busy not sending out notifications. Nathan Zilla, I live in MN, paid 30.5 taxes last year, fed and state in US tax. We have a problem here and the liberals keep doubling down here every year. Taxes are theft. I'm all on board with that now. Harambe, considering Sargon's lads recently talked about Star Wars, I recommend seeing Star Wars The Third Gathers Backstroke of the West. A funny Chinese bootleg. Really? The Sugar Daddy, if you had a chance, would you try hippo meat? Sure. Oh, wouldn't go out of my way to discover it, but... Insane hippie saying, the Aztec god of the harvest was called the Flayed One. That's a very charming name. Direwolf Crone and Rumble, to whom do I have to beg for you guys to upload your Claws of the Eagle VTM campaign? Never got to finish it. God, because he's the only one who can get access to it, I think. Glowy, seems my theory that there are actually dozens, if not hundreds, of ancient civilizations buried under nature was right. Imagine what nations existed in some flooded areas, or the big desert sands. Great Lakes have ancient ruins too. I hope we find Atlantis. I hope we find Atlantis and they're still alive. Elsa Sorana, yeah, the war on such a massive scale was something different. It was an efficient method of whittling down the masculine population. True. And Trify, Franco-Prussian War, okay, but what about the Crimean War? Well, the Crimean War was primarily a cause of the war between Russia and Japan, as that was a painful humbling of Russia, as Russia was supposed to be the military superpower of the world after the Napoleonic War. But the Crimean War humbled them quite drastically, and also led to massive full-scale reforms within the Russian army, including the introduction of universal conscription, by the way. But by the time of the Russo-Japanese War, when the Russians were feeling very confident and simply wanted a quick, simple war to settle things at home, they really weren't ready to fight the Japanese, who had been far more energetic in their own rejuvenation programs of their military. And thus, of course, the Russians were defeated. Even though, honestly, if the Russians had kept fighting for like 6 months, they probably would have won, because Japan was taking enormous casualties and didn't really have any way to replenish those casualties taken. And with that, we are through. Thank you all very much for watching today, chat. Thank you very much. Remember to leave a like, of course. It's the only thing YouTube cares about, so leave a like. Don't bother subscribing, because it's utterly irrelevant, I guess. No, do so anyway, please. I like the number going up. And thank you for your super generous donations. We'll be back with more Sargaruni next week. Until then, chat, have a good day.